Boys live on the free Odyssey app.
The Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia.
Defensive tackle Deshaun Williams to sign with the Bills.
Then baseball's opening day gets rolling.
Shohei Ohtani.
Are you a Mets fan?
Mike Danger.
I'm actually an East Sider. I'm not a West Sider. I'm East Hilton.
Gene Battaglia.
RIT NCAA tournament.
Let's go!
Go Tigers!
It's a great night to be a Tiger.
2-0, the final, the Amherst.
Senators roll the Sabres 6-2. And yes, it was over in the first period, unfortunately.
I expected it. I really don't know what it was about, but I expected it.
Shut up. Daryl Morey is a liar.
The T-Wolves and the Lynx are no longer for sale.
You know, A-Rod, you're going to lose J-Lo and the Timberwolves in like the same sort of cycle? That is brutal.
The Warriors made a huge mistake in bringing Draymond Green back to the team.
Always expect the unexpected.
Warriors come out to play!
We have got the Sweet 16. We'll crown a Baltimore accent bracket champion with PJ Glasser.
Yes.
95.7 FM and AM 950 The Fan. Rochester.
Hey, good afternoon. Pull up a stool and join us. Welcome on into the Sports Bar. Danger at Battaglia. So glad you're with us this afternoon and listening along locally at 95.7 FM, AM 950, the free-to-download Odyssey app. Our stream is up on YouTube and Twitch. Our YouTube channel at The Fan Rochester, streaming on Twitch at The Fan Rochester. Hell, you can even get us on your smart device when you ask it to play. 95.7 The Fan. I'm Danger. That's Battaglia.
And Major League Baseball opening day, and we yet to have a first pitch.
Okay, we're both going to be very distracted today. We should just lay it out, preface it up front. There's a lot going on. Our minds are in a million different places right now, whether you want to talk about Major League Baseball's opening day. Of course, at 5 o'clock, the RIT Tigers face off in Sioux Falls against BU. We got an Amherst win, an important Amherst win against Syracuse on the road last night. We've got a couple of new signings for the Buffalo Bills. There's a lot happening.
Yeah, and today we learned our studio, our package, does not carry ESPNU.
Yes.
However, I've got us covered on the phone here, Danger.
Okay, good.
Like we can I can pull it up that way. 5 o'clock ESPNU for the Tigers, who has a 15 seed taking on the second seed, Boston University. Boston University with 13 NHL draft picks. Boston University also with, not included in that 13 NHL draft picks, to present the number 1 overall pick in the 2024 draft. And their head coach said, we didn't look at any film.
We haven't scouted them whatsoever. Well, one guy that we do know pays a lot of attention to RIT hockey, RIT sports in general. Kevin Roche will be stopping by the Sports Bar here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, he's a really good friend, right?
Yes.
We've known him for a number of years.
Kevin, if you don't know Kevin, Gene, and I spent a lot of time on Friday nights during the fall doing Friday Night Rivals for CW, and he's a great guy.
Yeah, and even before that, if you are somebody who's been in our town for a couple decades, he worked for Catalana. He was basically the number 2 guy there for weekends in this opportunity. RIT came up, so Kevin Roche has been with the RIT Sports Network, and because he's a good friend, he's like, I can call in. Like, no. You need to come down to the studios, Kevin. You need to be here in studio with us. So he is carving out a few minutes with us.
We recognized it we recognize it every time. Well, we've had a few in-studio guests this week. I mean, we had Rotolo early in the week. Amherst head coach Seth Appert came in earlier this week as well. And now Kevin Roche will be stopping by around 3:25. And the great thing about having the guests in studio, we just know it. It's like it's better in person than it is over the phone, certainly over Zoom. So we like having these conversations in person, and we'll talk a lot of RIT hockey here in a little bit.
Yeah, that's why we love being at camp, because if you get a Bills player on the phone, with just the eye contact and the body language.
Think about some of the guys that we've talked to at camp that are really, really interesting when you get to know them a little bit. Like last year, I remember our conversation with Jordan Phillips. Like, that's an interesting dude, and he's got a story behind him. And if we were to talk to Jordan Phillips on the phone, y'all would have been bored to tears. But talking to him in person, you get a little bit of life out of him. Last summer, I mean, it's important, that face-to-face, that eye contact.
Yeah, and certainly we try to do our best here, bringing everything. As Kevin will be talking about the RIT Tigers, it's the biggest collegiate sporting event for Rochester School since I don't know, maybe the RIT lacrosse team in the divisional winning the championship a few years back. So, yeah, big day here for Rochester. We'll talk to Kevin Roche coming up at 3:25.
When I'm listing off all the things happening today, I didn't even mention Sweet 16. My God, we have Sweet 16 action tonight. I mean, we got to get some winners here. PJ Glasser, the host of BetQL's Send It In, our Odyssey Sports betting insider. And insider calls are presented by BetMGM. You can check out all the latest lines today on the BetMGM app. PJ stops by later this afternoon, right around 4:25.
Yeah, so we will talk about these matchups tonight. You get the rematch, too, of the national championship game with UConn hosting San Diego State. Hopefully that's a better matchup. You have two ACC teams in there, which, hey, we were wrong on that. Good for Clemson. They're still there. Of course, North Carolina, the Chalk. The Tar Heels are going up against Alabama tonight. So, yeah, that's kind of been the theme. Hopefully you went with Chalk for your Sweet 16. We'll talk to PJ Glasser. Not only that, but hey, you want to have a little extra fun here? Maybe there's a prop bet. Maybe there is something. We can also talk about the baseball futures here as today being opening day. And PJ, of course, being a huge fan of the Baltimore O's.
Oh, well, because we're going to Baltimore for the second day in a row. I mean, we're going to have to ask him about the Key Bridge and how everybody's getting by here, a couple days after the tragic event. And then to lighten up the mood, it's our Final Four in the Baltimore accent bracket.
Right, yeah. We're not
what are we talking about here?
What I read today, 4 years to rebuild that bridge. That's kind of the timeline.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, that's about how long it took him to redo the expressway there, 390, that whole thing.
I want to say you were certainly way out of Minnesota at one point, but I remember
Minneapolis had one, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
one
terrible.
day. Boom.
I think that Minneapolis bridge collapse kind of forced the hand of a lot of municipalities to kind of like reassess and maybe pay attention. Like, yeah, nobody wants a bridge collapse on their watch. Now, this one was less about the integrity, the structural integrity of the bridge, right? Because it got rammed by a vessel.
Yeah, right.
But you saw the bridges kind of like get replaced in Greece pretty quickly after that Minneapolis bridge collapse. So, yeah, we'll get a sense for how everybody in Baltimore is coping with that loss. And then we'll lighten up the mood with the Baltimore accent Final Four. PJ Glasser stopping by at 4:25. Hey, if you want to pull up a stool and join us, I mean, it really doesn't always have to be about sports. Hell, Chris called us earlier this week to ask about which Disney parks he should take his little ones to. Happy to dish that out as well. 866-4326, 866-4FAN.
Although, for the record, you're going to Orlando, but you're not going to touch on Disney.
I didn't say that.
Oh.
We're staying at Universal. That doesn't mean that we won't touch on Disney.
Okay.
Because you can still go to Disney properties.
You just don't have the shuttle. You got to
You can go to Disney Springs and take a shuttle from Disney Springs and go anywhere you want to go if you really want to. I don't know. I mean, Disney Springs is definitely on the agenda.
Disney Springs. I knew it as downtown
Disney.
Yeah.
Right. I remember one of the first times I went with Sandy before we got married. We went to then downtown Disney, and I'm like, yeah, this doesn't have the magical Disney vibe. I mean, they're like nightclubs and restaurants, and some of those restaurants were a little bit more adult themed, which I get what they were trying to do. But then you go to the nightclub, it's like, yeah, the nightclub scene isn't really, it's got to be different for Disney. It can't be what it was. And man, if you haven't been there recently, I mean, if you go to Disney Springs now, whoo, boy, it's a thing. It's a big deal.
So that is on the agenda for you.
Disney Springs is on the agenda. Okay. It's not something I want to do, but I live with two young women and my wife. Oops. The three girls want to go to Disney Springs, so that will happen at some point.
Boy, this is like your little testosterone outlet here, buddy. Like you going home every day.
Oh, I mean, people, if you ever wonder why my posture isn't great, it's the weight of all the estrogen in my life just holding me down, just pushing me down. It's okay. My posture will keep my head up, and we'll power through this afternoon. Gina will be here tomorrow, Good Friday. I will not, and by the time I get back, we'll be gearing up for the eclipse, which I found out today. We'll be able to broadcast. You're going to be able to do play-by-play of the eclipse, buddy.
Well, assuming that we get a good weather day, we're going to be on the roof here at High Falls, which here's what I learned today. Okay. Of course, there are risks, so you and I are going to have to sign a waiver.
We're going to have to wear like protective clothing being up on the roof because there's a lot of satellites and antennas and whatnot up there.
Maybe. And what Derek, our engineer, kind of explained to me is like we are only going to be allowed to stand in a certain area. Not that it was going to wander around, but if you stand in front of one of these satellite dishes for an extended period of time, you can go blind. Like the radiation is that strong.
Ooh.
So yeah, I'm like, okay, yep, I will stand right here and I'm not going to move. Yeah,
I'm not really willing to test that. If you're telling me to stay away from the satellites, I'll stay away from the satellites. That's cool. And you got the special glasses. We got the special glasses. We're ready to stare at the sun.
We are all set on that.
That's good. That'll be a lot of fun. Because everybody's planning on going outside and taking in the eclipse in their own way, and we're confined to this studio every afternoon from 3 until 6. So at least give us a few minutes to get up on the roof. Gene will do play-by-play, and we'll be your your eclipse. I don't know if there are any other shows doing a live report on the actual eclipse. Certainly not play-by-play. So that's why we are special here in the Sports Bar.
All right, Phil writing in. Danger, are you up for suggestions? Go to the Polite Pig while they shop. Amazing bourbon list.
I've been to the Polite Pig. I know what he is talking about. That's in Disney Springs. Yep. Walk by it every time. Know exactly where it is. If I can break away, Phil, this is a tough sell. This is a family vacation. I don't know that I'm going to be the lone dad at the Polite Pig enjoying a bourbon.
But
I've got one daughter who doesn't eat meat. I've got another daughter who will eat meat, and I've got another, and my wife who's not a big fan of ribs. So that might be an impossible pitch, but we'll definitely be in that vicinity. You might check that out.
Okay,
Phil.
the Polite Pig, but what he's saying there is just kind of go up to the bar while they're kind of doing their thing.
That could actually happen. That I could see happening. Yeah. You guys go shopping at Zara, and I'll be over here enjoying a bourbon. That's a pro move.
I think the first time we went down was All-Star Sports we went to. Just like one of the basic ones. But, okay, kids are in bed. It's 9 o'clock. I want to go down there watching the game. Like, oh, my gosh, it's Dadland. It's like okay, kids are asleep. It's like, okay, I see we're all kind of in the same boat.
That's exactly right. That's why it's a great sense of community down there, the happiest place on earth. And if you missed it, I know that Mrs. Perino got a kick out of our conversation with Matt Perino, who was at the NFL owners meetings earlier this week in Orlando. And when it all wrapped up, he and a couple of other Buffalo reporters went to Epcot. Perino normally talks to us Tuesday afternoons. He's like, guys, I'm in line at Test Track. I don't know. Are we going to be able to? I'm like, yes, we're going to be able to do this. And if you're going on the ride, we're going to do it live. Yeah.
He calls in and I'm like, hey, we're still good because I'm going to make him do the interview. Hey, you're enjoying kind of a few hours off. He's like, no, I want to do this. Great. Oh, by the way, I'm going to have to leave here just while I'm down the ride. I'm like, you know what? You're going to have to ask Danger. Okay, yep, we're ready to go. And so you talked him into it. You were the one who said, no, you got to do the interview while you're on Test Track.
How often do you get to talk to somebody while they're in the middle of a thrill ride? I mean, that's a lot of fun. Let's do that.
But you knew that thrill ride, if you've been there, that sound is unlike anything else, the Test Track, because you will be a few rides over and you'll hear the Test Track going while you're over.
No, it's an immersive ride, and then when it actually opens up, you definitely hear it, and you hear the shrieks and the screams, and Perino kept his composure. He's a true pro. I mean, this is how you know you're a pro. He's conducting a live radio interview while riding Test Track. That's a pro. That's why we love them. If you missed that conversation or any of the conversations from earlier this week, wherever you get your podcasts, you can find us. Just search out the Sports Bar, and we are there. Okay, before we get to Kevin Roche, who's actually coming into the studio right now. Here he is. Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in. Pull up a stool. Yeah, no, I think Pizza Dude let him in.
Okay. There we go.
Oh, he called. All right. Here, pull up a stool, Kev. We'll get you. We'll get you all cut out. Oh, look at he got a Starbucks. Where'd you get that? Or no, a little Dunkin' down the road. That's good.
I thought I was going to be late.
No, not at all.
I would have gotten used to it.
Kevin Roche, RIT Sports, joining us here. RIT Sports Network, joining us here in the Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia. Kev, hang out with us for a few minutes here because it's a big day. We found out, unfortunately, that we don't have ESPNU, but I know Gene's got his phone and he's ready to stream here coming up at 5 o'clock. How are you, Kev?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me down here at the beautiful studios down here.
This is your first time?
I think I stopped in a long time ago, but the first time, with you guys, yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, a little overdue here. Kevin, we're supposed to be neutral and everything else, but you get to know people a little bit. I want this for Wayne and Brian.
No question.
That's the thing. These are good guys, and this is the best possible position for this team because, okay, what's the likely scenario? They lose. Maybe they lose 5-1. Maybe they lose 2-1. We're not thinking anything less, but what if they pulled it off? This is the best position for RIT in terms of expectation.
No question. And they've been here before. I mean, in 2010, 2015. I mean, I always tell the story, and we laugh about it. 2010, they won. We go to Albany. We booked a night of hotel. We thought, hey, this is great. Anything that happens beyond this is kind of extra. But we didn't expect to beat Denver. And then I tell people all the time, even Wayne, when we recapped it a few years ago during COVID, when we didn't have a homecoming, we talked during the rebroadcast of that game. And I told him, I said, you know what, we, like most people, didn't think we were coming back home. And I remember Denver just being half asleep, totally disinterested for most of that game, and sitting there in Albany in that arena thinking, my God, they're going to do it. And then they did. And going to the press conference afterwards and calling my wife and telling her, can you rebook us hotels? Because we have to stay. They're playing tomorrow night. And not knowing at the time, because the Cornell game against New Hampshire was after our game that day. And it was just unbelievable. And then in 15 as well. 15, I was not there. I was actually on vacation. And we came back from Florida. They knocked off Mankato, and I'm sitting there. They're a period away from making the Frozen Four for the second time in 5 years. And you get to that third period thinking, oh my gosh, I got to get ready. We're going back to the Frozen Four. And you start writing things down, and that was a game whoever scored first was going to win that game. Omaha scored and kind of put the pen down, and you knew it was over. They ended up losing that game.
Third period, it was only a one-goal game.
One-goal game.
One-goal game in the third, and you're thinking, okay, this could actually happen. You're here. You're not out in South Dakota here today. So that's
it is a little strange. You know, usually, and I've been to a lot of these things over the years. I've been with the lacrosse team and winning their national championship. I heard you guys talking about earlier. Went to the Frozen Four in their run in 2010. Missed 2015, 2016 in Albany when they lost to Quinnipiac. So I've been to these. This week didn't work out for me personally to make the trek out there. So, but I will be here. I will be working, and obviously we have a crew out there that is be sending us stuff back that I'll be obviously putting out on the RIT platforms later tonight.
Kev, you mentioned some of the things that going into some of these games were RIT in years past were underdogs, things that needed to happen in order for them to get over. It's been talked about a lot this week. BU is a very talented team, obviously, and I don't know if you heard, but RIT is the most mature team in all of
no question
the NCAA tournament. What needs to happen early in this matchup to give RIT a shot against that talented BU team?
And Wayne talked about that yesterday in his press conference out in Sioux Falls. Just that he didn't know how that became a topic, and it has carried from Sunday night.
They didn't have anything else.
It's really, if you watch the selection show on Sunday, you're like, hey, Bucci, they're the oldest team, and that's what they focused on. But like, back to your question, I think that those first 10 minutes are crucial, and there were nerves Saturday night. Gino knows. I mean, the building, the air came out of the building when they got down 1-0. I mean, it was so exciting. It was a night that we will never forget there. But that first period, I was a little nervous. They get down. They hadn't been down all playoffs. But the first 10 minutes today, I think, they're going to expect to get BU's best punch. How do they respond to that? They have a lot of similar opponents. They played Bentley early in the season. Their first game of the season, beat them in overtime again. First game of the season back in October for BU. But they've come a long way. They split with Notre Dame. We beat Notre Dame here downtown and shut them out that night. And then I think they took one of three with New Hampshire. I think they played three and they took 2 of 3 rather. And we should have swept them here at home during Thanksgiving weekend. So I think that if they can get over, and again, they are experienced. They haven't been here. JoJo Casero is the only one that's played in an NCAA tournament game back in his UMass days. And so just getting through the experience, the puck drop, the knowing, hey, we're in the NCAA tournament, it's going to hit them. It's going to hit them in that first 10 minutes. But if they can calm down like they did after the first period, but you hope that a lot of bad things don't happen before they finally settle in. Like on Saturday night, they were able to settle in, got to the first intermission 2-2, and then kind of went from there. So that's going to be the key for them, is weathering the storm early, I think.
Yeah, Kevin, talking with Kevin Roche, RIT Sports Network, 5 o'clock today. The RIT Tigers taking on the number 2 team in the nation in Boston University. Boy, if this were basketball, we'd call it the Sweet 16, but there's only 16 teams in this thing. Gosh, you brought up Casero's name, and there have been so many things that Wayne Wilson can use to his advantage about his team being a true underdog. The fact that Casero leads defensemen in NCAA, but yet he's not the Atlantic Hockey Defenseman of the Year. The fact that Matthew Wild set the RIT freshman record for goals in Division I. The fact that he led all Atlantic hockey players into... Yeah, he's not even on the all-rookie team. And then you get to the tournament selection show, and they can't even get the name of the school right. The Rochester Tigers.
We've seen that before.
How is that all kind of playing into their hands?
I think, and I talked to them along with the local media here in town before they departed on Tuesday. They had a send-off, and they boarded the bus, and they chartered out to Sioux Falls, and, it came up. And Wayne kind of brought it up, as we've already discussed, but the players, you can tell it's a factor now, whether it does anything or not, but they feel disrespected, and they brought it up. They brought up, we have a chip on our shoulder. We're going in full swagger, is what JoJo said. So I think they do feel a little disrespected, even in their own conference, and you proved that you were the best by winning it on Saturday night. But they do. They have, Matthew Wild, you mentioned, he has 19 goals, tied for the team lead as a freshman, and I believe it's either 10 or 11 straight games where he's recorded at least a point.
Yeah.
So, he has come on. That freshman line has come on. Anybody that's followed the team or been to the Policini Center this year has just witnessed them grow as a group. And of course, we know their story. They played together. They're all from Mississauga, Ontario. They played together in juniors, and that has certainly helped their chemistry. But I think that they feel disrespected, and we're going to see, if that really has a factor in today's game. It can only take you so far. Eventually, you're going to have to, do some good things. And I think, like you guys have discussed, they have some really good players. Like Wayne said, why don't they talk about our goaltending? Tommy has been phenomenal. Should have been Player of the Year in Atlantic Hockey.
Of course, he's been
and
phenomenal.
He's been one of the
he's
best.
phenomenal? Because
he's Italian, Kevin!
You can't go wrong with Scarfoni.
Yeah, Kev, can you hang with us through the break here?
Absolutely.
All right,
yeah.
we'll talk more RT. You mentioned something that triggered, a bigger conversation just about Atlantic hockey, college hockey in general. We can look at take a wider view of the tournament here and where they might have gotten a few things just a little bit off and continue to talk some RIT hockey with Kevin Roche, RIT Sports Network. Take a break here and come back with more next on The Fan Rochester.
Straight up with no chaser. You're in the Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia on the Sports Leader, 95.7 FM and AM 950 The Fan, Rochester.
Sweet 16 tonight. PJ Glasser of BetQL Send It In will be stopping by about an hour from now. Get you some winners for tonight and tomorrow night. The tournament continuing. Speaking of the tournament, how about the men's hockey tournament where RIT takes the ice here in about an hour and a half, taking on BU from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We welcome in Kevin Roche, RIT Sports Network, the Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia. And Kevin, as we're kind of watching along here, Denver is in Springfield, Mass, taking on the Minutemen. And UMass is the host school. We just saw UMass kind of even that up there in the second period to make it a 1-1 game. But as UMass scored, you had all of the traditional celebrations that they would have on their home ice. It's their home ice. Denver's a 1 seed. They had to come to Springfield. I mean, there's a lot of flaws to the regional system that they have here with their final 16 teams, where they're placing these teams. Can you explain some of that to me? Because it feels like it's a disservice and it might be stunting the growth. And it's certainly something that these teams can, I would imagine, can complain about because it makes zero sense at all. The way this shook out.
Not an expert on exactly how they break all this down, but yes, if RIT all of a sudden decided, in a couple of years, we want to host a regional again, and we got in the tournament that year, we would be downtown here at the Blue Cross Arena playing. So that has changed, and I think they're trying to, the attendance was down at these regionals, and to have a host school with a fan base that's right there, I think that's something that they're thinking about. Now you look at the facility they're playing in St. Louis for this tournament. I mean, and you've got Michigan State. I mean, Lindenwood plays there. Lindenwood women's hockey, who plays RIT in the same conference, and Lindenwood, who has gone Division I in their men's program as well. They are an independent currently. They play at that facility, but it holds 2,500 people. And you have North Dakota, as you mentioned. I mean, my God, I think they do, 12,000 a game or 11,000 a game at their home rink. So, they tickets are going for over $1,000 I saw for that region to get in that facility to watch those games, which kick off tomorrow. And then you look at a team like RIT. If UMass doesn't get in, we're playing right now in Springfield in this game currently going on at 2:00. So I think there was disappointment, not to be able to get our pep band out to Sioux Falls. I mean, logistically, God bless Sioux Falls for hosting, but it's not a convenient trip for a lot of the teams in that
were
region.
talking about this during the break, Kev. Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I'm like, what school is hosting this? If it's in Sioux Falls, you said it's Omaha. I'm like, Omaha. Why aren't they hosting it in Omaha then? That's a better destination than Sioux. It's not much better, but it's better. It's a little bit easier to get to.
Yeah, no question. So some of the logistics with the tournament, and there has been fans and people screaming, let's put these back on campuses, and how would that work? I don't know if they're any closer to that. I mean, there's guys out there that follow that a lot more closely than I do, but there is, we saw just this week and in a lot of those, Michigan State hosting Michigan on campus and what that looked like.
It's great.
RIT hosting AIC for the championship, and what a scene that was. And would other teams that have to travel into that situation say, hey, this isn't fair? That's hard to say, but I think it's something they have to look at. And, if they ever get to a position, you said the final 16, if they could expand it, I think that's where RIT currently is positioned in their conference. You have to win it to get in Atlantic hockey, unfortunately. And it would have been a shame if they didn't win, being ranked for how many weeks in a row? 21 weeks they've been. Now they're up to number 17 in the country. And to be sitting home if they hadn't won on Saturday, that would have been a shame because they had a tremendous season. And they beat some big-name teams like we already talked about.
Kevin, early on when RIT made the jump, they did host, but certainly RIT wasn't in a position to make the tournament. Right. But now, with scholarships, with coming off of this, I mean, you see that the Tigers are set up not just for this year, but they can be competitive right up at the top. So my question is, is the school going to be putting in a bid to get this tournament in downtown Rochester? Could you see that happening?
Absolutely. I think there's definitely interest there. I think with the tremendous leadership that we have and our athletic director, Jackie Nicholson, and her staff are certainly going to pursue that. And just with a lot of the things that the university is putting in for our athletic teams, we compete everything else. Everyone knows Division III, but our men's and women's hockey programs are Division I, and they continue to find ways to, whether it's hosting something on campus for an NCAA tournament, which we've done several times for our Division III sports, but to have the possibility of being able to host downtown and have a regional here, I think it's definitely something that's being explored.
Kevin, can you give us a rundown on the state of Atlantic hockey? Because I think what we were talking about earlier kind of lends itself to a bigger conversation about the conference that the Tigers play in. If they're going in with a chip on their shoulder and guys like Buchagras are don't really have anything on them, are people paying enough attention to Atlantic hockey, and what does the future look like with RIT in Atlantic hockey?
I mean, I think that I don't know if people are really paying attention outside the big leagues. I think at times when we make a splash, it gets their attention maybe for a little bit, like with some of the wins that we've had. And our conference has done well in the non-conference, but the new commissioner of Atlantic hockey, she mentioned to us this week that they continued and they got to make more strides in that department. They have to continue working on their scheduling, getting those big name teams to schedule them. I mean, this is our first meeting with Boston University ever here tonight. So, we've never played them. Boston College did come here, but there was a relationship there. Jerry York was the longtime coach at Boston College, and he brought him to Blue Cross, and we sold it out for homecoming. I think it might have been 2013, 2014, and and he was Wayne Wilson's head coach at Bowling Green. So there was that relationship there, and he did text Wayne, you can do this tonight. You can get this done.
Really?
He mentioned that in his press conference. Some of the BC guys, or former Bowling Green connections have reached out and wished them well tonight against the big rival of Boston College BU.
Yeah, as Kevin Roche is our guest here, what do you see the future of Atlantic hockey being here? Because when we talk to the commissioner, well, first of all, they might change the name here at Danger. Like they recognize
rebranding.
Yeah, that's at least an admission there that, okay, maybe we kind of got to redo things. That would be a good start here, I think.
I think so. And they're merging with the College Hockey America, which is home to our women's team. Also, Penn State and Syracuse women's teams play in that league as well. Lindenwood, as we mentioned. So a rebrand, it could have a whole new name as of July 1st. We haven't heard what that will be yet. But I think that the long-term future of the league, I mean, I like what Michelle Morgan has said so far. It's new blood running the league, but I'll be interested to see where they take it from here and how this league can grow and get more notoriety. And, I mean, a lot of these leagues, too, have aligned themselves with ESPN Plus. Currently, our league is on Flow Sports.
That's
so
big.
you can get yourself aligned with ESPN. Everybody knows a lot of eyeballs go to that, and we have a lot of people watching our broadcast, and we're very fortunate. And we hear a lot of great things about it. But to be able to position yourself with a power like that and get more eyeballs on your product and your league, I think is something they're looking at and should be looking at.
Kevin Roche, our guest here. So I'm not going to ask you for a prediction because that's not. But are you looking at the first 10 minutes of this game? Other things, I'm going to bring up one thing I'm going to be looking at because this has been what could bring the Tigers down this game? The penalties.
Yeah, the penalties.
They are an aggressive team almost to a fault, and what almost. Like Fukakusa taking that penalty in the third when it's a one-goal game and they're reviewing if this is a major. I'm like, oh my gosh, is this actually going to turn? And it was the correct call. It was only 2 minutes, but you shouldn't be taking a 2-minute boarding penalty in a one-goal game. So that's my concern here. Can they stay out of the box? Because guess what? It's going to be game over there if they're taking dumb penalties.
No question. And that was something that halted their season last year. They thought they'd be in this spot a year ago, and man, that stuck with them for the entire year until they just won on Saturday night. I don't think it's anything that will leave them. So penalties are huge. They committed many, many more penalties a year ago. Much more discipline this year, and I think that's been key. But in that championship game, I believe they had 5?
Yeah.
5. So, and they put themselves in some tough spots, able to kill them off. Today, though, BU, I mean, Wayne talked about it. He watched the Maine BU semifinal game in Hockey East and said, I thought Maine outplayed them. Wayne said he thought Maine outplayed them, but BU's power play was the difference. And you can't give a team like that so many chances. Your PK's been fantastic all year, but against a team like that has so many guys, there's so much talent, you can't give them opportunities.
Tricky because it feels like if RIT could establish an advantage early on in those first 10 minutes, it would be with some physical play. Like I think with a younger team like BU is, you beat them up a little bit, it's gonna have to be kind of like fundamentally sound physicality out of RIT, because I think that's something that can rattle BU if you get them off their game a little bit.
Yeah, and we've talked about this. We hadn't played behind in a game until Saturday night in that first period. If we can get ahead today, that's going to be a key. If they can somehow, maybe they get an early power play. And JoJo, if you didn't scout the Tigers' power play, well, I hope that you can figure it out quickly, because it's dangerous. It's phenomenal to watch. And I think if they can get something early in this game, that would help them settle down even more. And then you got Scarfoni. If Scarfoni can take them on a little run like Jared did back in 2010, which I can envision. Again, it could all fall apart today, but if he can get them going, make some big stops, start to get in their heads, they got a shot. I mean, it's one game. Everybody knows what can happen. One game. March, anything can happen in March. Yeah. I think we've heard that before.
Kevin Roche, our guest here. Kevin, I feel kind of sheepish asking you this question about the future here, because who knows? This could end tonight, could end on Saturday, but a program that brought in this line with scholarships, I think that makes such a huge difference with the portal. How much turnover is there going to be year to year, do you think?
That's a great question, because Wayne talked about that in his press conference yesterday out in Sioux Falls. He actually said, I wish we didn't take anybody out of the portal. And I thought that was interesting. And again, they have their backup goaltender from Sacred Heart. Luke Lush came in this year. They had Matt Kellenberger, a defenseman last season from Princeton, and they had Casero, who obviously has been the top guy in that portal. But we're a school that, number one, just started giving scholarships recently. So it's kind of changed the way we do things. But when we take in student athletes, they come to RIT. He talked about the educations that they can get and the tremendous things they can go on and do after. And that's part of the reason, and they get to play at RIT and have that experience that we all have experienced and understand why they want to stay. And I think that's important. We're not getting the students that are coming and then jumping into the portal. And I looked today, a lot of Atlantic hockey familiar faces are in that portal, as John Brucher-Grouse mentioned the other night, looking for greener pastures, if you will. And again, that's how they look at the conference. But I think RIT, they'll look to, hey, we need to fill this one spot, and Wayne might. But that's not his philosophy. He's always said that ever since the portal came around, I'm not going to build like some of the teams, even in our conference, from scratch each season with just grabbing a guy here, grabbing a guy there, and trying to make it work. They go in, and now that they have kind of a level playing field to go to an athlete and say, hey, we want you and this is what we can offer, I think that is going to make a world of difference. And, for a while there, when other schools like AIC, remember when they were the doorman of the league, and they came up because they gave scholarships and they went international. They have a ton of guys from all over the world that come to AIC and play. And RIT was kind of the middle of the pack there for a while, that 6th spot in an 11-team conference. Now the last few years, you can see how we've surged back up to the top, and I think that's going to continue. I think they're going to attract, athletes like they have, student athletes that they have, and I think that, again, I don't think he's going to tap into the portal like a lot of these other schools have. Maybe here and there. Where's a need? We need a backup goaltender this year. Boom, he went and got one. So.
Kev, so we can talk about acquisitions through the portal. Do you get the sense that there are going to be any departures from in the portal from RIT?
There's always a chance. There's always a chance that, and now that that's available in any sport, there's always going to be someone that's not happy with maybe the time they're getting.
That's what I was going to say. Or that the idea that you might have a good player that could say, hey, look, I love my time in Rochester, but at the same time, I know I could go to a program that has a little bit more notoriety, a little bit more of a name brand to help my chances of continuing to play hockey down the road at a higher level. Not that you can't do that at RIT, but it's probably a little bit easier at a Michigan or Michigan State or whatever.
The one that I can think of off the top of my head, Will Calverley.
Yeah,
and he went to Merrimack.
Yeah.
And he had a tremendous career at RIT, and I think he had that extra year of eligibility, went off to Merrimack. Sometimes it's a matter of, do they want to pursue a program that isn't there? Because our student athletes, a lot of times, and Wayne said it yesterday, they're not leaving because they're signing. They're signing here and they're not being drafted necessarily. And we do have some guys that are getting looks, and we've had scouts at our arena a lot this season, looking at Casero, looking at Wilkie, looking at Scarfoni. But I think that, again, besides maybe they're unhappy with their situation, but I think it's few and far between. It would surprise me. It surprised me when I saw Calverley in there, a few years ago when he jumped in there. I didn't expect to see RIT guys because it just seems like you're coming here. The culture is so strong that we're so used to seeing you're here for 4 years or 5 like it's been with the extra year.
Yeah, and the thing, too, when you're going to RIT, and not to put any other schools down, but like you're coming here for the education. I'll give you an example. When they had the Frozen 4 10-year reunion, it was a lot of fun, and Chris Haltigan was a big part of that on defense, and he was not a guy that was going to go to the NHL. Comes back for the 10-year reunion, Danger. He has a new title. He's Dr. Chris Haltigan. I mean, Trevor Heckenswalder is like an emergency room doctor as well.
Yeah.
So
there's three doctors from that 2010 team. And now
the other?
It's slipping my mind at the moment.
Saraceno's a lawyer.
They've gone on to do tremendous things, and that's part of the reason, the education. And he was talking about Caleb Moretz, our captain from Alaska, and he's come from so far, and he is doing transcribing in emergency room department in addition to playing hockey and taking his classes. He's a biomedical student, so he's looking to go on and work in that field as well. So it's a tremendous education. I mean, they didn't put the billboards up on 490 top 100 university in the nation, and it's right here in town, and I think a lot of people have taken notice.
All right, Kevin, Gene's not going to put you on the spot for a prediction for tonight. I'm not going to do that either, but I am going to ask you, when this tournament is over, are you taking a team from Hockey East or the field to win it all?
And Boston College looks good. And I thought Maine looked good when we played them earlier in the year in a tournament. Though Michigan, it's tough. I think BC will get there. That's a tough question. For what we're so focused on RIT a lot, but you do see some other games. I'd probably go Hockey East. I think BC's been very strong this year. And maybe our friend Jared DeMichael, former RIT goaltender, and Michigan State, they could be a team that is dangerous. They've played well all year long. I'd look at those two, and of course the Tigers.
Yeah, of course.
Minneapolis, a couple of weeks. Let's punch our ticket. 2 wins here this weekend. We'll be
all right. Now we're getting serious here, because now you're in my neck of the woods. Now I can go be tour guide if we go to Minneapolis. We could have some fun.
Oh, absolutely.
We could tear it up. I would actually push for that. I would be like, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's absolutely
we
go.
can broadcast. We're going to be broadcasting from the roof here for the Eclipse. So if we can broadcast from the roof, we can do it from the Frozen 4.
And we'd have to leave the next day after the Eclipse.
By the way, Odyssey
that week
has studios in Minneapolis. We have brands in Minneapolis. We can make that work. So no pressure to the Tigers, of course. We got to win a couple of games, but why not? Let's look at that. That would be a lot of fun.
And I did forget to mention, you're talking about watching the game here tonight. Policini Center is open tonight on campus.
Yeah. Right.
Doors open at 4:00. Concessions are open. Go watch with Tiger fans, hockey fans, and hopefully the Tigers can shock the world.
Now, Kevin, you all excited about Tua and the Dolphins? Are they going to take a step forward? You're a big fan.
They on a totally different topic. They are falling apart. I mean, and I heard you guys talking earlier. They don't have anybody, or it was on One Bills Live. They really haven't put a lot of stock into the draft, and it's true. I mean, what are they going to do? They're losing players left and right. The Bills are going to be fine. The Bills are going to be fine in that division, and it's still their division. Miami, I think they're going to take a step back, and we all know the Jets and Patriots. What's going on in each of those franchises?
Speaking of the Jets, we got to get to the
Jets story.
This Jets story that's kind of been the great sports talk fodder over the last 24 hours. We're going to get to that here in a little bit. Kevin, thanks for coming into the studio,
Thanks
man.
for having me.
Thanks for giving us a little preview of this evening's action from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Really wish it was where we're watching right now. If it was in Springfield, I think we would all be we would have a different atmosphere right now. We'd probably be in Springfield.
But the idea that at least chatter, is that fair to say that RIT would like to host.
No question.
Okay.
No question. There's no question about that. I think they'd be thrilled and would, I think the tournament is booked in the regionals and the Frozen Fours through maybe 2026. So 2027, I think, is the next possible, bid for regionals and Frozen Four, I think, if I remember correctly. So I can't imagine why not, especially with what we saw on Saturday night. I mean, a chance if we make it to be downtown, what that would be like. And we see it every October at homecoming. But with that, the stakes of March and what this tournament means, it would be something special.
Have fun tonight, man.
Oh, we will. We're looking forward to it. Thanks,
Absolutely.
guys.
Kevin Roche, RIT Sports Network, joining us here in the Sports Bar. Danger and Battaglia. We're going to come back. We got to talk about what's going on there with NFL Network and the Jets. I think that's an interesting story. We also have PJ Glasser from BetQL, the BetQL show. Send it in the free-to-download Odyssey app. You can hear him and watch him on YouTube and Twitch as well. PJ stops by with his best bets for the Sweet 16 and opening day in Major League Baseball. He's coming up here in about a half an hour or so. And we always have time for your calls as well if you want to pull up a stool at 866-4FAN, 585-866-4326. The Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia on the Fan. Opening day in Major League Baseball. Grand slams, no-hitters, double plays. They're all back. It's me, Danger, for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 95.7 The Fan. There is no better place to get in on the MLB action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can start the MLB season with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 you can use to bet on money lines, totals, strikeouts, homers, you name it. Or combine your bets in a same-game parlay for a chance at an even bigger payout, all on an app that is safe, secure, and super easy to use. Just visit FanDuel.com/Mike to join today. FanDuel.com/Mike, M-I-K-E. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
You're listening to the The Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia.
Defensive tackle Deshaun Williams to sign with the Bills.
Then baseball's opening day gets rolling. Are you a Mets fan?
Mike Danger.
I'm actually an East Sider. I'm not a West Sider. I'm East Hilton.
Gene Battaglia.
RIT NCAA tournament.
Let's go! Go Tigers! It's a great night to be a Tiger.
2-0, the final, the Amherst.
Senators roll the Sabres 6-2. And yes, it was over in the first period, unfortunately.
I expected it. I really don't know what it was about, but I expected it.
Shut up. Daryl Morey is a liar.
The T-Wolves and the Lynx are no longer for sale. You know, A-Rod, you're going to lose J-Lo and the Timberwolves in like the same sort of cycle. That is brutal.
The Warriors made a huge mistake in bringing Draymond Green back to the team.
Always expect the unexpected.
Warriors come out to play!
We have got the Sweet 16.
We'll crown a Baltimore accent bracket champion with PJ Glasser.
Yes.
95.7 FM and AM 950 The Fan. Rochester.
We welcome you back into the Sports Bar with Danger and Battaglia. Anticipation continues to build. 5 o'clock puck drop from Sioux Falls, South Dakota with the RIT men's hockey team taking on BU. Looking to advance in the NCAA men's hockey tournament. We appreciate you stopping by here, and we appreciate Kevin Roche stopping by here as well. RIT Sports Network. Good spending some time with Kevin and getting a little bit more on this matchup as RIT looking to advance in the NCAA men's hockey tournament. Thanks for listening at 95.7 FM, AM 950. Our stream is up on YouTube, our channel, The Fan Rochester, streaming on Twitch at The Fan Rochester as well. And on your smart device, when you ask it to play 95.7 The Fan, I'm Danger, that's Battaglia.
Yes, we're keeping an eye on opening day in the majors. And again, our first pitch today came at 3:05 between the Orioles and the Angels. Still a lot coming up, including your Cubs tonight. They're taking on the Rangers as they'll raise the banner. We've got basketball tonight. Well, PJ Glasser coming up at the bottom of the hour, normally on Wednesdays, but we're glad to have him today to preview the Sweet 16 and any other plays we might want to take advantage of.
I have too many plays tonight. There's just too much going on. Even there's only 2 games in the NBA. We've got an NBA bet in there as well, but just way too many plays. And opening day of Major League Baseball, you've got all kinds of great deals and offers. I'm taking advantage of all of it. I mean, I shouldn't be betting the Cubs on the money line to beat the defending World Series champions on opening day, but here we are. And nice of Anaheim to show up, or I'm sorry, LA to show up there, the Angels to show up.
You can call them Anaheim.
Whatever they are.
Whatever they are.
The Angels are terrible. Show up, get that. For the high point of the season, we had a lead in the bottom of the first against Baltimore before they absolutely stepped on our necks.
You know why they got that run. It was Mike Trout homer.
Not a winner. Good baseball player. Not a winner.
See, that was the take I would always push back on. Say, you don't know baseball. Do you know how hard it is? You're only up one of every 9 times.
Yeah.
But he took the money and stayed out there for what we've come to learn, just a really bad organization.
Yep.
That's the part.
Yep.
Could have left. Had your pick.
PJ Glasser is going to stop by here and give us some winners, not just in Major League Baseball, but of course the Sweet 16 tonight. The host of BetQL, Send It In, stopping by the sports bar here in about 20 minutes. Your calls are welcome at 866-4FAN, 866-4326. All right, we wouldn't be doing our sports talk host duty if we didn't follow this storyline that all the national shows are talking about. It does have some relevance to us here in Western New York because we're talking about a rival of the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, and actually, within the last hour, we got an update on the story.
Oh.
So it's like, I've already heard this today. Well, yeah, we've got new ground to cover here.
Do we want to cover the new ground first, or do we want to lay the foundation?
Lay the foundation, and then you predict where the story goes next. How's that?
Okay, so this happened on NFL Network's Around the NFL podcast, which is hosted by NFL Network host Colleen Wolfe. And there are a few conflicting reports here on exactly what Wolf is describing in this podcast. I'll let you listen to Colleen Wolfe here, and then we'll talk about what she said versus what else is being said from other reporters that cover the team.
From a very reliable source.
Ooh.
At the owners' meetings, there was a very heated conversation between Woody and Robert Saleh, to the point where it was a little awkward.
Spicy.
What were they arguing about?
Where was this? Tell us more.
At the owners' meetings, at
like the party?
At the party.
Okay.
I know where you want to go.
When you say,
I know where you want to go. Stop. Don't go there yet. Don't go there yet.
Okay. All right.
We're laying the foundation.
Okay, all right.
I know where you want to go because I want to go there too. I'm going to show some discipline, and we're not going to go over the low-hanging fruit. Let's first start with what she said there. The report that
the low-hanging fruit is so delicious.
I understand. The report that at the owners' meetings, at the cocktail party, right? Because that's what she said. At the party, there was a heated discussion between Woody Johnson and Robert Saleh, and that things got a little tense and it was a little awkward, according to her reliable source. Now, since this has come out, there have been other reporters, one notably from SNY, who's like, no, there's no truth to this at all. The Jets aren't happy about this, obviously, because it doesn't paint them in a great light, and we always talk about how dysfunction starts at the top. Woody Johnson, the owner, the guy who shows up week 1 against the Bills and he's wearing his blinged out Woody gold chain, whatever that was. So, Gino, I guess...
here's my thought, Dean.
Let me hear it.
Okay. It's not what she's saying. It's who wants this out and why. Note, she didn't say, my gosh, I observed this argument. I'm not sure what... She didn't say that. She said a very reliable source, where the source doesn't know and is not saying what the argument was about. So who is the source and why do they want? Why was Colleen Wolfe handpicked to get the message out? Because you have all these other Jets reporters, a lot of them were down there. Guys from SNY and probably Dan Leverfeld.
Now, what's the difference between those Jets reporters and Colleen Wolfe?
Colleen Wolfe works for the league.
That's right. 1/32 of the league. The New York Jets help fund the NFL Network. It's an NFL property. So she's on the air talking about this NFL owner in a negative light. Why would she do that?
Well,
why would they allow that?
Okay, so now are you ready for the new development here? Where do you think the story goes from here?
Well, there's a lot of different branches here.
Yeah.
And then there was the thing where, when did this actually happen? When did this source actually see it? Was it the cocktail party? Because later, I think in this clip, she says, no, Sunday, Sunday this happened. Well, the party was on Monday. It wasn't on Sunday. So what did your source hear, see? When did it actually happen?
Well, Woody Johnson has spoken, and I don't have to paraphrase because he actually put it out there on X. Quote, all this nonsense about a heated argument between Coach Saleh and me at the league meetings is absolutely false. It is yet another irresponsible report from NFL Network. Please disregard.
Okay. All right. Now let's discuss that. Because if that's true, what he's saying there in that quote, if this is true, there should be consequences. This is irresponsible reporting by the NFL Network. You're Woody Johnson. You have 1/32 of share of that network. So what will those consequences be? Will there be consequences? You would think if you're an irresponsible reporter, you get a talking to, right?
Well, or you can't talk back or you're going to lose your job. You're not understand. Like the NFL Network is doing reporting, but when it comes to things like this where you got to roll up your sleeves, you can lose your job. Look at Jim Trotter. Now that's a whole different story there, right?
Right.
But he's asking real journalistic questions. You got to remember, you lean more on the side of PR. You're not there to make your owner look bad. If this company, I found out that Odyssey was doing something bad and I said it on the air, I would probably get a talking to, okay?
Correct.
That's not my job to dig up dirt on the people who write my check.
Correct. But that's kind of what has happened here. And I imagine that Woody Johnson would react the way he reacted in that statement unless, there's where we put on our conspiracy theory hat or our tinfoil hat. What if it's Woody Johnson who actually put this out there, or somebody close to Woody Johnson as her source that wanted this out there, that wanted it to appear that the head coach is unhinged? Because nothing's going to happen to Woody Johnson. He owns a team. This doesn't, not only does this look bad for the Jets, it looks bad for Robert Saleh, right?
Yeah.
What kind of head coach is getting into a screaming match with his owner. That's bizarre.
Well, kind of a disclaimer. Like, there's lots of things behind closed doors where we could perceive it when you get into heated discussions. Take, for example, McDermott and Tiggs.
Yeah, it happens.
It happens all the time. But when it doesn't happen, at a cocktail party, league meetings, and there's this good time, and you're in the sunshine of Florida, like, that's the time you wouldn't be having a heated conversation, I would think. So what is it?
If I'm just saying, if nothing happens to Colleen Wolfe, she's not suspended or she doesn't lose her job over this, then it's really not a big deal because somebody wanted this out there.
Well, and if Colleen Wolfe, they let her go, then we'll get the real story, because then Colleen Wolfe, she probably knows more than she is letting on. And I would think in her mind, she probably knows the full story, like what this was about and who was really the aggressor. And maybe in her mind, she just kind of dialed back. And
you hear how she's presenting it. Of course, she knows more than what she's telling us.
That sounded like, you ever notice, like, do you listen to True Crime? The executive producer, that's all she listens to, okay? And they all talk like this.
Middle-aged woman talking about a true crime, listening to a true crime podcast? Well, I never.
Yeah.
What?
Welcome to Only Murders in the Building. I'm Colleen Wolfe. But we're not talking about a murder.
I don't hear that. I don't hear that as much.
We're talking.
This is, I mean, it's a little...
Seductive?
It's a little seductive. Like, where's the party, Colleen?
Well,
tell me a little bit about what you're talking about here.
Like, you have like the soft jazz music.
That's the other part of it. Yes.
Like, what is that?
From a very reliable source. At the owners' meetings, there was a very heated conversation between Woody and Robert Saleh.
Oh, here it is.
To the point where it was a little awkward.
Oh, yeah, folks.
Were they arguing about?
Where was this? Tell us more.
At the owners' meetings, at
the party?
At the party last night.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised this happened in public.
Developing news here.
Spicy.
Mike Mayock was not part of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was in the background. Was he not invited to the party? I know that is. She has to know more. Just, you can tell that she wants to share more. She's being a tease. She's kind of laying this out as if to say, this is something juicy that I know that you don't know, and I can't tell you everything, but this is what I know. And I'm going to be curious to see if anything happens to her. If there is some sort of repercussion for Colleen Wolfe, then it's because she's been irresponsible. She was irresponsible in sharing this information. And if it really is as big of a deal to Woody Johnson, he'll probably be the one that gets behind that.
Woody Johnson's on the wrong track. Let's say it wasn't Woody Johnson. Okay. Then you have a mole in the organization. That's really, really bad. Because I would assume if there was another person who saw this danger from outside, okay, there's a report. I'm actually seeing this.
They already have. Like, this is an ongoing thing with the Jets, right? Wasn't Saleh the one that said, "We're not.
Give me your phone.
I'm going to take your phone. We're going to find out who's leaking information." Like, Saleh has to be out of his mind over the idea that there isn't anybody in that organization that can just shut the F up around the media. Now you've got Colleen Wolfe inviting you to Eyes Wide Shut. What are we doing, Colleen?
From a very reliable source. At the owners' meetings, there was a very heated conversation between Woody and Robert Saleh. To the point where it was a little awkward.
Spicy. Yeah. Gene Battaglia, welcome to NFL Network. Leave your pants at the door, because I've got something a little awkward to tell you. Look, Colleen Wolfe, through the years, she's done a great job with NFL Network. I don't have any problem with Colleen Wolfe, but if this is irresponsible reporting, first of all, like, what is a journalist at the NFL Network other than you're just delivering the messages that the NFL wants you to deliver?
I would think that would just be very basic, okay? That you could say something maybe that paints a player in a bad light, or an agent, or even a coach. Those guys are untouchable. Those guys who own the network, that write your check, that's the surprising part here. So your theory, Danger, is that this was actually Woody Johnson just kind of putting this out there to her, and then he's got to kind of step back and be like, oh, I would never.
Clutching his pearls,
Yeah.
or in this case, his giant, bejeweled Woody chain.
That's another part of this, too. Why does this guy find himself in these situations? You are responsible for the position you are in. That's my fifth grade teacher taught me. Always stuck with me. This guy, hey, congratulations, Woody. Now with Daniel Snyder out of the league, in terms of the weird aliens here.
I don't know. I mean, like, he might not be a bad guy. I mean, a lot of these billionaire owners are just straight up bad guys, right? But we also say dysfunction starts at the top with these organizations. And the Jets have been a model for dysfunctional organizations over the course of time. And I don't know that it gets any better this year. And if it is kind of like what I think it might be, depending on what happens to Colleen Wolfe, if it is somebody within the organization doing this for Woody Johnson, almost as if to say, Robert Saleh, you're on notice. You know, we're going to put it out there that you and I don't get along. We're going to put it out there that you're hot-headed or that you have a temper. So much so that we're getting into it at a cocktail party when everybody's in a good spirit.
That's part of this, too. I couldn't imagine any NFL coach actually going at it with their owner.
It's tough. It's a tough thing.
Yeah.
Even if the owner is belligerent and combative. So what do you think the conversation was like with Tepper and Frank Reich in the middle of the season?
That is exactly where my mind went to, because Tepper throwing drinks on people. I'm this hedge fund guy. I get what I want, and I don't care. Frank Reich is such a congealed man. He just like very proper Christian. He's not going to fire back at him.
Right.
That's kind of one of the reasons why he got the job in the first place.
Right. I'm gonna take the criticism, and I'm going to tell you, hey, I'm doing everything that I can, everything within my power to do what you're asking me to do. And if it's not good enough, I don't know what to tell you. And that probably drives a guy like Tepper bananas, right? Because he wants it now. Now! We need results now. What are we doing? But I don't know that Woody Johnson is that guy. Robert Saleh is probably that guy. From what we've heard, Robert Saleh's a hothead, and Robert Saleh is probably a guy that can fly off the handle. So is this Woody Johnson's cry for help? Hello, help. We've got a head coach here who's going to come to the building one of these days and just threaten all of us.
Woody Johnson, by wearing that weird necklace and taking selfies with Taylor Swift, just feels like he's the trust fund baby that never grew up to me.
Just a weird guy.
Yeah.
Dysfunctional organizations continue to exist in the NFL, and the Jets are right up there with the best. Well, that was nice of Colleen Wolfe to seductively share with us
can you play
her
that
breaking news
one more time?
Sure, Gene. Do you need to light a cigarette afterwards?
Maybe a candle here.
From a very reliable source.
Ooh.
At the owners' meetings, there was a very heated conversation between Woody and Robert Saleh.
Oh, behave.
To the point where it was a little awkward.
Spicy.
What were they arguing about?
Where was this? Tell us more.
At the owners' meetings, at
like the party?
At the party.
Wow. What were they arguing about? Colleen, what were they arguing about? You can't tell us? What were they arguing about? Was Saleh walking around like I suggest with the shrimp cocktail to go and maybe got bumped by Woody Johnson, a little cocktail sauce gets on his shirt, arguing about that? I'd be upset. What were they arguing about? They were at the cocktail party. Woody Johnson, Robert Saleh. I'm Colleen Wolfe. Leave your pants at the door and welcome to Eyes Wide Shut. Weird. Let's see what happens to her. I think that's the tell. What happens to Colleen Wolfe is the tell.
They won't do anything now. They won't do anything next month through the draft. But it'll be some quiet Friday in the summer where before the season starts, like, oh, wait, she's not there anymore. She took a job over here. Like, there'll be some NFL Goomba that'll be say, hey, Colleen, you want to take a job.
You can honestly find some, if they do move on from Colleen Wolfe, you can find somebody the NFL will find somebody in an instant.
Well, and I don't know how much more they want to invest. That's another side product. We're going to talk about how they're moving Good Morning Football.
I
from New
know,
York
we
to
haven't
Los
talked
Angeles.
about that.
Yeah, that, you can't have a morning show for the East Coast from Los Angeles. That just doesn't lead to a good life for any of those hosts. So it's kind of leaving everybody in the lurch here. So what are they really up to?
They're saving money is what they're up to.
They're getting ready to sell it. I think that's really what they want to do. They've been wanting to do this for a while. Can we sell off the NFL network to somebody else?
To do that, you have to do what? You have to show a very, very good bottom line, right?
Right.
And, as usual, follow the money. Follow the money, and you'll get your answers. PJ Glasser is the host of BetQL's Send It In. I know he's invested right now in the Orioles. Orioles opening day. They're up on the Angels.
Do we start with the bracket first? I'm not talking.
I've already gone through this in my head. Here's the outline for PJ. One, how are you? How is Baltimore? Because yesterday we talked to Ben Wagner. He kind of gave us a sense of what has happened here in the last 24 hours. In the first 24 hours after the Key Bridge collapsed, another day passes. Wounds begin to heal a little bit more. Where's PJ at now? Where's Baltimore at now? And then we'll lighten the mood. Mm-hmm. We'll lighten the mood a little bit. We'll give the final four of our Baltimore accent bracket to PJ Glasser, and we'll crown the ultimate name for our Baltimore accent for March of 2024. Then winners.
I think it's going to be a 5 seed.
There's 3 5 seeds.
Oh, no. I bet he goes with Ono.
If he goes with Ono, then I will feel an immense amount of pride because that one was one that I handpicked knowing, this is the one. This is the guy that's going to win it all.
Anton Ono.
That's the guy that's going to win it all. That's an all-timer. We'll get PJ with us next. And we have time for your calls if you want to join us as well at 866-4326.
top shelf sports talk. You're hanging out in the sports bar with Danger and Battaglia on the Sports Leader, 95.7 FM and AM 950, The Fan, Rochester.
All right, we're joined now by the host of Send It In and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider, PJ Glasser. Insider Calls presented by BetMGM. Go check out all the latest lines today on the BetMGM app. PJ, we appreciate you breaking away from the O's home opener and season opener for a few minutes to give us some winners for tonight's action in college basketball and other places. But, of course, the Baltimore has garnered a lot of attention for the tragic events of the Key Bridge collapse. And more than anything, we wanted to check in with you today and see how you're holding up and how the city of Baltimore is holding up here a couple days after the tragic events.
Yeah, guys, I appreciate that. It's definitely been a tough couple days for the city. You know, everybody just kind of waking up to the news and the shock of it all. Luckily, I'm not too close to the bridge personally, but I know just, you know, kind of scrolling through Twitter and everything, people that were close, they certainly could hear it throughout the night. And thoughts and prayers to everyone involved, the O's before the game. You know, they've done a great job. Moment of silence. They're honoring the families and everything. But I think, you know, the beauty of sports when we're dealing with these tragedies and everything like that, it gives people, you know, 3 hours away to kind of take their mind off of things. And obviously with Baltimore and the excitement around the Orioles this year and what kind of team that they could potentially have, I know people are they're excited for the season.
Yeah, no doubt. And then just yesterday, you have the new owner getting approved. The Orioles, by the way, up 5-1 on the Angels. And I think today, PJ, we all can be Oriole fans just for one day here. But give us an idea. What is the expectation here of the Orioles?
I mean, guys, I mean, you know, I'm 27 years old. I can't remember a time when expectations have been this high for this team. I thought that they could be a playoff team last year. I didn't think they would win 101 games. I didn't think they would win the AL East division. But with that trade that they made for Corbin Burns, with Adley and Gunnar being two MVP candidates, Grayson Rodriguez, an AL Cy Young candidate, I mean, the depth that this team has, they're going to add Jackson Holliday, the number one prospect in baseball, probably around May. I think the fact that last year they proved to everyone that in the best division in baseball, like, they were the team to beat. And now all those guys are a year older. You add some veterans, including Burns, new ownership. It's just now there's this feeling that the Orioles are going to kind of take that next step. So, I mean, Gene, everybody's fired up, man. Certainly that with what they did last year, people are thinking that, I mean, the AL is going to be a monster with the Astros and the Rangers and, you know, the Yankees and some of these other teams. But there's a feeling that the Orioles certainly could win the whole thing this year, and we'll see what happens.
All right, PJ, let's lighten the mood a little bit here because we've got some unfinished business, some loose ends that need to tie up here. I'm on vacation next week. The tournament continues to advance. The timing is right. We have our Final Four in the Baltimore Accent bracket, and we're going to crown a champion today. Today is the day. This is a very important day. We've gone through this journey with you here the last 4 weeks. We've got our champion of the Major League Baseball region. We've got our NFL region champion. We've got our basketball region champ and our at-large region champion from last week. Here are the matchups, and we're going to get a winner here. We're going to go semifinal, final. The first semifinal from the MLB region, Placido Polanco. From the NFL region, Baltimore's own Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I mean, guys, this is, you know, Placido Polanco is a really good one. I think he might have surprised some people with kind of the upset that he had in the baseball region.
5 seed.
But a 5 seed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as we see all the time in college basketball, a lot of times we see Cinderellas make it to the Final Four, but then it's another thing to win a championship, make it to the championship game. So the Cinderella run is going to be over for Polanco, and he's going to go down to Baltimore's own Joe Flacco.
Wow.
To the finals.
All right, Flacco in the finals. All right, we go to the basketball region. It was a historic night just a few nights ago for this New York Knick. Dante DiVincenzo, another 5 seed, going up from our at-large region against former Olympian Apollo Anton Ono.
Yeah, this is another good one. You guys know, love DiVincenzo. He's a favorite. the girl that you guys know, a friend of mine, friend of the show, Trista Crick, she, guys, originally she wasn't a fan of the Baltimore accent, but then a name that really got her to sway was DiVincenzo. So that certainly goes into this. But with that being said, I mean, we get a three-namer. Two of those names are perfect. Apollo Antonio. He's going to make it to the finals over Steven Kenzo.
Oh, wow. All right, this is the dream matchup. This is where we really find out which name works best with the Baltimore accent. And there's maybe a little bit of bias here. I would imagine Flacco coming in as the 2 seed from the NFL region might have an advantage. Joe Flacco versus Apollo Anton Ono.
Guys, this is tough. This is tough. If Flacco never played quarterback for the Ravens, I think this decision could be a little bit easier. But because he did, it makes it tough. With all that being said, gentlemen, the champion of the Baltimore bracket is going to be Apollo Anton Ono. He is the champ.
Yes! Yes! I'd like to say on the BetQL network last night, I predicted this exactly this way. The 2 semifinals and the champion. You can roll back the tape, Mike Danger.
Let's not look at your real bracket, but in the Baltimore accent bracket, Gino,
yes, I knew exactly.
We are winners.
The Apollo Anton Ono, too rich, too great a name. It's one of those names you haven't thought about for how many years. But then again, you had to put Joe Flacco in the final. Had to with a Baltimore guy in the yes. But then PJ, you're probably weighing everything out. You didn't want to show any bias. PJ, bravo, buddy.
Fantastic.
Gentlemen, that was truly a tremendous bracket. I wish you guys would pick and seed teams over the selection committee that we currently have in the NCAA tournament. Well done. I'll give a bonus one to the people because it is opening day. We have the Orioles and we have the Angels. How can you not think about Mark Trumbo out there in the outfield? So an extra for the people, but congrats to Apollo Anton Ono for getting the win.
All right, PJ, we've got Sweet 16 action to talk about tonight. I've got my picks in. I'm going to compare mine to yours. I'm nowhere near the expert you are, so I'm going to feel pretty good about myself after our conversation, or I'm going to bang my head against the wall and say, well, you're just a dummy. You should listen to PJ. I'll always tell PJ first. Let's start with North Carolina, Alabama. We were so funny going into the tournament. We're like, the ACC feels down, feel kind of and here we are with a quarter of the teams in the final 16 being from the ACC. What's your take on Carolina here against the Crimson Tide?
Guys, it's going to be a really good game. The total has actually gone up from 173.5 to 174.5 on BetMGM, which I don't think is a surprise to anybody. We know Bama is a great offensive team. They don't play any defense. Carolina is a great offensive team, and they don't mind running and getting into a track meet with Bama. The way that I'm betting this game, guys, is I'm looking at the first half. I like Bama plus 2.5 in the first half, and I like over 82.5 in the first half as well. How I'm handicapping this game, Bama played a very tough non-conference schedule. They went up against Creighton, Purdue, and Arizona, all in the non-conference. The similarities between all three of those teams, who are all top three seeds, three teams that can make the Final Four, win the championship. Bama against Purdue was up 49-47 at halftime. Against Arizona, they were trailing 41-40 at halftime. And against Creighton, 44-44 at halftime. All three of those games were tight. All three of those games, both teams were in the 40s. I'm expecting similar tonight in L.A. between the Tide and the Tar Heels. All three of those games, guys, have also gone the same way. They've been close at half. And then those other teams get Bama in foul trouble. They live at the free throw line, and because of Bama's defense, they don't get the stops that they need to close out these games. I see the same thing happening tonight. So I think Bama covers in the first half. They might even be winning at halftime. Carolina goes on a second-half run, probably cover the spread. If you like them, I would just take them on the money line, maybe throw them in a parlay. But how I like this game, my favorite bet's in the first half with the over and Bama plus 2.5.
Yeah, before that, a game that's the second half on the CBS doubleheader tonight. We get another ACC team before that. Clemson, Joe Girard, all right, didn't get this far with Syracuse. We will see them taking on Arizona, a team that, look, here on the East Coast, did we really watch the Wildcats all that much? Over under at $1.52 I'm looking at here, and a half PJ with Arizona favored by 6.5. So how would you play this one?
So really like Clemson in the game, plus 7.5. Think they have a chance of winning it outright as well. Guys, I like this Clemson team. I was high on them coming into the tournament. Everybody looked at what they did in ACC play. I looked at what they did in the non-conference. They won at Bama. They beat Boise State. They beat UAB. They beat TCU. They were beating all these teams that were in the tournament in their non-conference. And then, they struggled in ACC play. They also won in Chapel Hill, and they also lost to Duke and Durham by a point. So this is a team that can play with some of the best teams in the country. They also play great against teams with great offenses that play at a fast pace. I mentioned the win over Bama. I mentioned the win over Carolina. They beat New Mexico in the first round. Clemson does a great job against these prolific offenses. I think they're going to do another great job tonight. I like Clemson plus a 7.5.
We get to see the defending champs in UConn tonight in a rematch of last year's final with San Diego State. There are people that make the argument that San Diego State is actually a better squad this year than last year, and right now they're getting 12 points to go up against UConn. It feels like a lot of points. I know UConn has been dominant so far. Which way are you leaning for San Diego State UConn, PJ?
So, guys, I'm not going to touch the spread or the total. What I am going to do is touch a team total. In the first half, we're going to go under 28.5 points in the first half for San Diego State. You look at UConn in the first two games of the tournament, they gave up 18 to Stetson. They gave up 19 to Northwestern. Both of those teams obviously aren't as good as San Diego State, but both of those teams play at a slow tempo, just like the Aztecs do. UConn plays at a slow tempo too, guys. They play at one of the slowest top 50 tempos of any team in the country. UConn is kind of thriving. It's like they know that they're the best team. They know they're trying to go back-to-back, and they're like relishing in that. And they don't want to make these games close. They're coming out in the first half looking to just dominate from the start. I think they're going to look to do the same, especially playing against a team that wants revenge after losing in the title game to them last year. So I like that first half team total under for the Aztecs, 28.5. If I had to play the game on the spread, it would probably be San Diego State for the reasons you just mentioned, Danger. This line was 7.5 last year, and now it's 11.5. And, even if San Diego State isn't as good as maybe they were last year, even if UConn is a little bit better than they were last year, I don't think it's a 4-point difference. So I would probably lean San Diego State, but at the same time, do you really want to bet against that machine right now that is UConn? So I'll just take the first half team total under.
All right, so PJ, this last one, and tell me what I'm missing here, because if I just gave folks, the Pepsi challenge, meaning the blind taste test, okay, here's a team from the Big Ten against a team from the Big 12. And I think most people will say, the Big 12 is a better conference. And if I told you the team for the Big 12 actually in KenPom was the best team in defense, you'd be like, okay, yeah, no doubt. And then you unveil it, okay, it's Iowa State against Illinois. Yet the Cyclones are only a 1.5 favorite. PJ, your thoughts, how do you play this?
Well, guys, I liked Iowa State in the game, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm getting a little nervous because this line opened 146.5. It went down to 145.5, and now it's back up to 147.5 on BetMGM. I've really not had a clear read of this game all week. The one thing that I've stayed true, Gene, you mentioned Iowa State, number one defense in the country. Illinois, number one offense in the country. I mean, guys, it should be as easy as if you like Illinois, you like the over, right? And if you like Iowa State, you like the under. Well, the fact that this line is going towards the over, it's kind of telling me that maybe Illinois is the right side. I liked Iowa State. I was leaning that way just because the deeper that we get into the tournament, I always lean towards the defensive-minded teams. But, man, has Illinois been playing good. That backcourt with Domas and Shannon is really, really good. I leaned Iowa State, guys. I still lean that way, but man, the fact that total it keeps going up is making me kind of think that Illinois might be the right side in the game. So it's a stay away for me. But yeah, just monitor that line movement. Maybe see where the spread goes, see where the total goes. I think it might be an indicator on who the bright side would be.
All right, PJ, opening day in Major League Baseball. We already talked about the Orioles, and I have a feeling throughout the course of this year, we're going to be fading Colorado quite a bit. Do you have any plays in tonight's action that you like from the big leagues?
I do. I'm going to take the over in Rangers and Cubs tonight, guys. It was at 8. It's now at 8.5. You got two good starters going. Justin Steele was fantastic for the Cubs last year. Evaldi was great for the Rangers. But that Rangers lineup, I mean, as we know, is just ridiculous. There's a name that people might not know about right now, but they will. His name is Wyatt Langford. All the great bats that Texas have in that lineup, they're going to add another one this season in Langford. I think he's going to win Rookie of the Year in the American League. And then the Cubs got a pretty good lineup, too. Obviously, returning Bellinger helps. Suzuki, Happ, they got guys that can hit in that order, too. That's a great hitter's ballpark there in Dallas. So I like that over. 8.5 in Cubs and Rangers later tonight, 7:35 Eastern time.
I give the NBA credit because they know when to schedule and when to not. Tonight would be one of those games that they're not. However, there's one game that I'm certainly going to be interested in is Boston just kind of hanging out in Georgia here. They play the Hawks. Again, we've seen this in the NBA where you get teams playing these two-game series. But, PJ, I don't know if you have any thoughts there about what did the Celtics, what the heck was that on Monday night? They're blowing a 30-point lead.
Crazy, guys, crazy. That's kind of the angle I'm using too, right? This is a team that they were up 30. They should have hammered them. I would just go Celtics in the first half, minus 9.5. I don't want to get in a situation where they're up 25 again. Atlanta goes on a 14-2 run in the third quarter, and even a team as good as Boston thinks, really, is this really going to happen again? So I think you just bet the Celtics in the first 30 minutes, lay the 9.5 in the first half, get out of town, and enjoy the college hoops the rest of the night. So I'll lay the 9.5 with the Celtics in the first half.
All right, PJ, get back to watching the O's. Appreciate you giving us some time. Congratulations to Apollo Anton Odo. And we'll look forward to talking to you again next week, bud.
Absolutely, fellas. Always a pleasure. Enjoy the hoops tonight and the baseball as well.
Thanks, PJ. He's the best. PJ Glasser, our guest here in the Sports Bar. And again, the O's, last check, we're leading 5-1 there on opening day. That ended up being the first game to go up. Oh, no, it's 7-1 now.
Insider Calls presented by BetMGM. Go check out all the latest lines today on the BetMGM app. PJ knows his stuff. And as he was talking, I was kind of looking over my slips to see, all right, I'm kind of in line with PJ. He's staying away from that Illinois game. Or no, what was the one he was staying away from? The Illinois-Iowa State game.
He's like, this is kind of fishy here.
I like Illinois on the money line. If I got plus money on Illinois on the money line, I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. That'll work. And there's something about UConn and San Diego State. I got 12 points feels like a lot of points. I know what UConn has done, but that's not a slouch team, and they know each other. So we'll see. It'll be a fun night of action. I mean, man, we're 15 minutes away from our fun night of action getting underway here. This is the one that I know you're holding your breath for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to try to be calm here when RIT is playing up at 5 o'clock against Boston University. But to give the Tigers a little bit of hope here, there's another 4 seed. It's gone to overtime. UMass and Denver, overtime number 1 in Springfield, Mass. Right now.
Yeah, and these college hockey games, when they get into it's not uncommon. Like it's kind of like the Stanley Cup playoffs, right? Like if a game goes into overtime, sometimes we'll go into double overtime, triple overtime. I mean, everything is it's just great athletic drama. It's drama at its finest when we're talking about overtime in college hockey or in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
We were joined earlier today by Kevin Roche, RIT Sports Network, and we should mention, too, that that's free today. They're doing the watch party. I wonder if they're going to put that up there tonight. You know how they always show a watch party at the Policini that is going on this afternoon at 5 o'clock.
They'll probably have camera crews sent out to Albany. And I'm sure that they'll think, oh, this is the watch party. Oh, we're at RPI. This is not the right school, guys. Who said RPI?
I was pointing out, at least they corrected the graphic because, they were doing the same highlight package all, on Sunday. Oh, the Rochester Tigers. Yes, I know the Rochester Tigers. Their campus is right on the Genesee there, and No, they finally corrected it to the RIT.
Yeah. These are the growing pains of a program looking to gain more notoriety, are they not?
How could they be growing? Like, they've been to the tournament in 10, 2015, 2016. I think it's the conference is like, oh, yeah, those guys.
Right. It's the other conferences that have a little bit more weight to them that, the Atlantic hockey team that's gets an automatic bid. That's nice. That's cute. We will come back with Happy Hour next in the Sports Bar. A couple of signings for the Buffalo Bills that we can discuss. And Gino will basically be following up the play-by-play for RIT as they get set to drop the puck from Sioux Falls here.
We'll keep you updated here, too. We got a baseball scoreboard. We got the Yankees falling behind here 4-zip. Oh, my gosh.
I don't know. I've heard that we shouldn't get too worked up over the early season. It's a long season from what I understand. 162 of them.
Now, you're not going to be thinking about the show tomorrow. At least I hope not, Danger, as you're going on a family vacation. But the Mets, their first pitch tomorrow. Dan DeLorean is a Met fan. I'm a Met fan, of course. And look, win or lose, we're going to be fine. This is the new me. I'm a new man when it comes to my fandom.
I can't wait for the season to get going. This is going to be fascinating. It's going to be fascinating to see how they test your mettle. Let's see just how well you can hold it in, how much they push you. I'm going to walk into the studio one of these days, probably early in the season, when you and Dan DeLorean are just getting things set up. And I just have a feeling you guys are just going to be commiserating. It's just going to be right back to old habits.
Dan DeLorean last night. Like, how did you... He's the one guy that dresses up in Ottawa Sens gear because he's an Ottawa fan.
We have to talk about this?
We don't.
Go ahead.
It was 5-0 at the end of the first.
I do impersonations from time to time. You want an impersonation?
Sure.
This is my impersonation of Mike Danger midway through the first period of last night's game at KeyBank. Are you kidding me?
No, my impression of myself, like, I did not watch it. I looked at my phone after, like,
okay,
5-0.
So you get it.
Yeah.
Actual laughter was produced. You gave it a chortle. That was embarrassing. We don't have to talk about it. But Dan was probably excited.
Just send everybody back now. Like Kevin Adams, I know you listen to the show. Just give us Devin Levi right now. Fortify the Amerks because it's over. It's over.
Yeah. Happy hour next in the Sports Bar. We have time for your calls as well if you want to join us at 585-866-4FAN, 866-4326.
Defensive tackle Deshaun Williams to sign with the Bills.
Then baseball's opening day gets rolling.
Shohei Ohtani.
Are you a Mets fan?
Mike Danger.
I'm actually an East Sider. I'm not a West Sider. I'm East Hilton.
Gene Battaglia.
RIT NCAA tournament.
Let's go! Go Tigers! It's a great night to be a Tiger.
2-0, the final, the Amerks.
Senators roll the Sabres 6-2. And yes, it was over in the first period, unfortunately.
I expected it. I really don't know what it was about, but I expected it.
Shut up. Daryl Morey is a liar.
The T-Wolves and the Lynx are no longer for sale. A-Rod, you're going to lose J-Lo and the Timberwolves in like the same sort of cycle? That is brutal.
The Warriors made a huge mistake in bringing Draymond Green back to the team.
Always expect the unexpected.
Warriors come out to play!
We have got the Sweet 16.
We'll crown a Baltimore accent bracket champion with PJ Glasser.
Yes.
95.7 FM and AM 950 The Fan. Rochester.
All right, guess which RIT player ESPN is showcasing when they do their little pregame.
I totally missed it here. It's got to be Scarfoni, I would say.
Wrong. Give me the defenseman.
Jojo Casero.
Jojo, what's his real first name?
Gianfranco Casero.
Because he's Italian, Gino!
We call him Jojo, but Gianfranco.
Yes.
Yes. You're not going to lose Gianfranco. Tommy Scarfoni's father comes up to me like, hey, thank you for talking about my son. Like literally right out of The Sopranos.
That's nice, but I mean, I would have expected also maybe like a charcuterie platter, maybe something, a little gabagool, something that he could give you to take home. Here, have a leg of prosciutto. Take that home to the family. Thanks for talking up my son all season long. His RIT has just gotten underway against Boston University in the Sioux Falls Regional. We're keeping tabs on the Tigers here as we've got the other regional semifinal in overtime. That's the Springfield Regional, where Denver and UMass are playing to, I think we've got about 5 minutes left in overtime in that one.
That's going to go to a second overtime, is it not? Tigers wearing their all blacks today, too. So going with the orange sweaters.
So there you go. We'll keep you updated on RIT here as they just get underway from Sioux Falls. We want to thank PJ Glasser, the host of BetQL's Send It In, who stopped by last hour. Also, speaking of RIT, Kevin Roche from the RIT Sports Network, who was good with this time to join us in the 3 o'clock hour.
Yeah, as we have time for your calls here in Happy Hour, 866-4FAN, 866-4326. As it's been a fun show today. The Orioles now up on the Angels 8-1. Wasn't that cute? The Angels got off to that quick.
When I saw plus money on the run line for the Orioles -1.5, I'm like, yep. I think I will take that. Thank you very much.
Danger. Let me just say, I love my team. Nobody cares about my fantasy team, but here's why you should, okay? And
this is your draft.
Yes. So, we have this relationship with 610 Sports in Kansas City.
It's our Odyssey Sports sister station in Kansas City.
And listen, it's professional. I consider Jay Binkley a friend, but he's also a friend that's not going to let me forget that the Chiefs always beat the Buffalo Bills in the postseason.
He's a friend, but he's also a nemesis.
Jay is not in this league. This was the 610 Sports League that Alex Gold put out.
Like Alex Gold. Had him on the show a bunch of times. Smart guy, knows his stuff.
Does middays in Kansas City. And he invited it to his listeners. And I responded. And I got in. 14 teams head-to-head. Oh, my gosh, Danger. I feel like I've robbed. Isn't that great when you have a draft and you feel like,
don't jinx it.
Yeah.
I know we don't believe in jinxes, but
I know. I know.
Don't get out in front of it.
I know, but my staff, and I'm bringing this up because we're talking about the Orioles. Corbin Burns. Oh, yeah. Dylan Cease on the Padres. Logan Webb. Nathan Eovaldi. Just stacked.
From a strategy standpoint this year, and what are some of the fundamentals as far as drafting a solid squad? Because does the strategy change when it's head-to-head instead of roto?
It does. So that's why I still have to get a setup guy. I still have to get 2 closers. So you just can't you have to balance things out as you would in roto. And then week by week, and this is the first time ever I played head-to-head baseball. So I don't know if I'm going to like it or not. I'm going to reserve judgment. Scoring looks a little weird and everything else like that. So
got to know your league settings.
Yeah.
That's what they say in
That's
fantasy.
what they say.
Know your league settings.
Which I've never been in a league before because usually you have an even number of categories. There's 6 categories for pitching and only 5 for offense. I'm like, okay. Then I guess I'm going to pay a little more attention to pitching here, which is what I did.
Okay. And you're feeling good about your squad?
I'm feeling good about my squad, and I feel it's my responsibility here as a Western New Yorker to take money out of Kansas City. And then not only to do that, but to gloat at the end.
We are such petty little bitches. Listen to us. Yeah, the Bills can't get past the Chiefs, but Gino is going to win a fantasy baseball league, and we're going to call it even. We're going to take their money and run. We're going to just call it even after that. Well, I'm glad you like your squad. Yeah. Was it one of those drafts where nobody was communicating? It was quiet? Was it just... they were strangers except for Alex.
Strangers, and everybody was just nice to one another. It really wasn't any... You know when it's like kind of a buddy league, you're razzing people and everything during picks, but... That's something that I'm old enough to do. Remember, we weren't doing this. When you do a fantasy draft, it was always in person, maybe at a bar, and you still do that, and those are the best, Danger, but...
Where are you going next weekend? Tell me, Gene. Where are you going?
I'm going to Blondie's.
Everybody, welcome to Blondie's here in Manhattan. Don't worry, we can host your Roto Fantasy Baseball Draft. We've got Ginger on stage 4. Ginger stage 4, don't forget. 25-cent boneless wings at Blondie's. Boneless? Not here. Not at Blondie's.
All right. It's not that sort of place.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure.
Okay. You keep bringing up Blondie's. How does that work? You're drafting that deep into the season? Does it not matter?
It's a little wonky, and because of the Easter holiday, there's some family plans, whatnot. I am doing a yeoman's job here, talking to you, Danger, answering your questions while I'm watching the RIT Tigers. What I can say is,
what am I doing?
You're doing it too?
It's right here. Huh? Oh, I got the big screen in front of me.
Oh, wait.
Gino, you questioning my setup? You didn't think I was going to be ready to go? I got it right here in front of me. Got it on the.
I'm looking at my little phone.
Pull it up on your computer monitor. You can do the same thing on your monitor.
They let you have ESPNU for free there
on Fubo.
Oh,
pull it up on Fubo.
Oh, I don't. I don't know my login. I just have it on my phone.
I don't know my login.
Yeah.
No, see. You see, Gino? Right there. I'm doing the Eddie Murphy thing. Right there. That's okay. During the break, you can come around here and watch it on the big screen.
All right. Can we just... okay. Instant analysis. Good start here by the Tigers with the pressure, but it's still 0-0 early on.
Yeah, and both teams looking like they want to kind of establish some sort of physicality there. I think I saw a little bit of a chippy play by BU after a whistle, kind of pushing into RIT Tiger into the boards. But we'll keep you posted on the Tigers' quest here to advance in the NCAA Men's Hockey Championship as they play BU in the Sioux Falls Regional. We have a couple of Bills signings from the last 24 hours, at least one of them official. We kind of knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, we knew the one guy from the Chargers, Austin Johnson, because first reported by his good friend Daquan Jones. The two played together in Tennessee. Austin Johnson actually came up with a big play against the Bills in that December game we all kind of forget about with the Chargers. So Johnson coming over. And again, these are just depth guys, Danger, guys that you can't say are going to be on the 53, along with Deshaun Williams, who a couple years ago had 4.5 sacks in the month of December with Denver. Last year with Carolina, which hard to get a read on anybody who played for Carolina last year. So at least the Bills bringing in, again, they've got to bring in 90 at some point. These are guys that are going to be fighting for work.
Right. The hope is, if you're one of these guys that's been signed, the hope is that you can be a part of that defensive line rotation that Sean McDermott loves to employ. And let's face it, some of those guys were inactive some weeks, but some of them did come in and make an impact. Whether you're talking about a Linval Joseph or a Puna Ford, you need bodies at that position, especially the way Sean McDermott likes to rotate them in. So get familiar with the names Deshaun Williams, get familiar with Austin Johnson. We'll be seeing them at training camp here later on this summer. And we'll see if they have what it takes to be a part of that rotation.
Yeah, that's those are your Bills signings today. And then, I don't know if you want to go here or not, but like the story out of the NFL today, I don't even know if it's really a story or not. It's more of a NFL Network personnel issue? What do we want to call this?
Well, it has the potential to be something. The story is from the NFL Network's Colleen Wolfe, who is hosting the Around the NFL podcast. And during the podcast, she kind of hints. Oops, I That's not what you wanted to hear. She kind of hints that there's a little bit of friction between Jets owner Woody Johnson and their head coach Robert Saleh, and that they were in a disagreement, an argument.
Very heated conversation is how she phrased it.
Right. And it made it was awkward and made people uncomfortable, according to her source. Now, you also have other beat reporters that cover the team saying there's no truth to this. What is the source? Where did this come from? Nobody is saying anything. And then today you have Woody Johnson flat out denying that anything like this ever happened, and this is just more irresponsible reporting from the NFL Network. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said here, that the heated argument, absolutely false. And this is Woody Johnson posting it on X, or somebody posting it on his behalf. We should always kind of have that disclaimer. All this nonsense about a heated argument between Coach Saleh and me at the league meeting is absolutely false. It is yet another irresponsible report from NFL Network. Please disregard.
From a very reliable source. At the owners' meetings, there was a very heated conversation between Woody and Robert Saleh, to the point where it was a little awkward.
Spicy.
What were they arguing about?
Where was this?
What?
Tell us
What's
more.
up with the
At
music?
the owners' meetings, at the
like the party?
At the party last night.
I'm trying to figure out what is that a bit? Is she trying to do a bit with the music?
Why does every podcaster feel the need to have to go into podcasting voice? Because I'm going to tell you a secret.
I don't know.
What is that?
I don't know. She's laying it out there as if she knows more than what she's going to tell us, but she's not going to tell us. Meanwhile, Colleen Wolfe's employer is a fraction of her employer is Woody Johnson. So she's basically on her podcast talking bad about the boss, the guy that's a part of signing those checks.
The first thing that stands out to me, I'm just not just what she's saying there, is that she didn't observe this. Someone told her, a very reliable source. So whenever you hear a story like this, what's the agenda? That's what you have to determine here. Now, for Colleen Wolfe, she's got a little nugget, but what is the agenda? Who fed her this? It was obviously somebody that she's not dumb. She's not going to throw something out there that she can't vet. It was somebody close to one of these two gentlemen. I mean, if it's Robert Saleh venting about his owner, I would listen to that. And that's, hey, you'll never believe this, but we got into this argument. But then you think about that, and it's like, wait a second. You really can't do this if you want to get another job in this league, that you're going to argue with your owner. So probably not.
Or not argue with your owner and instead fabricate a story to a source to feed it to Colleen Wolfe so she could say, I heard at the cocktail party there was a fight.
The other thing, too, for Woody Johnson, and I'm going to use the Buffalo Bills as an analogy, okay? Because right now they're pretty buttoned up. Like, getting stories out, kind of difficult, right? Well, they're a good, well-run organization now. I think we can all nod our heads at that. Under Doug Whaley, they weren't. In fact, you could say they were the circus back around 2015, 2016 with, wasn't privy and all that nonsense. And you would get leaks here and there. This is not new. Like, if you're Woody Johnson, who is the mole in this organization? Who is putting this out there? If it's not you or one of your people, that's the real story. Now,
do you think Woody Johnson's doing it to make Robert Saleh even more pissed off that somebody is leaking something to the media? I mean, this is New York City. I think you kind of have to deal with just people always talking about your team, asking about your team. The idea to me is that it's a cry for help from one of these two guys, that this got to Colleen Wolfe from one of either Saleh or Johnson. If it's Saleh, it's a cry for help. Get me out of here. I can't keep coaching this team. They are completely dysfunctional. Or it's Woody Johnson saying, this guy is a hothead. He's a meathead. He's not a good coach. We need to get him out of here. So let's get this out there. So let's appear dysfunctional for the sake of trying to speed this along, this divorce, which is inevitable.
This is March. This is like the NFL spring meetings. This is when everybody should be in a good mood. For crying out loud, the head coaches have taken a team picture basically with one another. Everybody's in a great mood down there. And you mean to tell me that a coach and an owner were in some sort... Okay, let's say this is true. What were they arguing about? Or a very heated conversation.
I ordered a gin and tonic, not a vodka soda. Robert, go back to the bar and get me what I ordered. I doubt it. I don't know, man. But we say it all the time. Dysfunction starts at the top. The Jets are and have been for a while a dysfunctional organization. Sal knew what he was getting into. It's not like it's a secret. You want that job because there's only 32 of them. I get it. But now you see... I mean, let's not forget last year, Salah, so paranoid about the bugs and the leaks. Like, give me your phone. We're going to find out how this is. Give me your phones. I'm going to... Threatening to take employees' phones to see who's leaking information to the media. It should never come to that. It should never come to that. What are we doing? So that's good news for the Buffalo Bills. The Jets remain dysfunctional. At this point of the offseason, they look dysfunctional.
How could we have a Jets dysfunctional conversation and nowhere in this conversation is Aaron Rodgers? And that leads me to think, is he actually the topic of this argument somehow?
Maybe. Rodgers feels like he's been kind of distant from... I mean, whereas last year, all we heard about was, and there's time, what a good teammate he's been. He's at everything and he's engaged. And I don't know. I just go back to, was it Sauce Gardner that said that he was reaching out to Rodgers and Rodgers doesn't return his texts? Uh-oh. So the Jets remain dysfunctional. Good news for the Buffalo Bills. And we had Kevin Roche in here. I didn't realize Kevin was a Dolphin fan.
Oh, yeah. He's also a Met fan, too.
Oh, that makes sense. That checks out.
He just texted you both. You and I like what I'm seeing so far. They've reached the midway point of the first. No score between RIT and Boston University.
We were mentioning that earlier, that if the Tigers can kind of set a tone here in the first 10 minutes, that might frustrate BU a little bit here. I mean, both teams look as if they are moving the puck fairly well. Crisp, clean. Some big saves so far early on from Scarfoni as well. So no score here, under 10 minutes to go left in the first period of RIT versus BU.
And did they get to the end of the first overtime there with the UMass? I was in our conversation. I kind of lost track of that.
I didn't see a goal scored.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that that's going to its second overtime in the other regional, the Springfield regional in Massachusetts with UMass and Denver.
What a great night tonight, because you got your Cubs on Danger here.
I do.
And then we're all going to be looking, because we all have action in one way or another with our brackets here, maybe one above and beyond. PJ Glasser joined us earlier today. Of these four games, which one are you really kind of focusing in on her tonight?
Well, right now, the RIT game will have my attention. I'm going to run home and make sure that this is on. And I think I have the house to myself for a little bit tonight, too. So this will command my attention.
How did that work out?
Last night before we hit the road for vacation. So you got to say bye to the family. Got to say bye to Nona and Grandpa. I think Nona's got a trip to Italy here planned in the next week or so. So by the time we get back, she'll be overseas. So got to say goodbye to Nona before we leave. So yeah, that's all. Oh, and we're gonna miss Easter. That's a big deal. Missing Easter. I mean, come on, you gotta say bye to everybody.
Are you driving back on Easter? No, that's this Sunday. What am I talking about? You're down there for Easter.
Yeah, we'll be down there for Easter, and we hit the road at some point tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, in case you're wondering. Yes, sorry, you get the sports bar with Not Danger and Gene Battaglia next week. So.
You're going to bring in some great guest hosts.
Oh, we'll be fine. Yeah. And trust me, Dandalorian's geeked up tomorrow. So we'll have some different guests tomorrow.
I like hearing that too. All right, we'll take a break and come back with a round of shots next in the sports bar.
Yeah, as we'll get you set up for the action here tonight. A lot of baseball, a lot of ground we can cover as well. Shots coming up in the sports bar.
You're listening to
Danger and Battaglia, glad you're with us. As Gino mentioned in the sports update here, we keep tabs on RIT and their regional semifinal in the NCAA championship. Maybe an opportunity here to get on the board with 5:51 left in the first as BU leads 2-0. But they just took their first penalty of the game, a hooking call here.
Yeah, so the Tiger power play, very good. But again, they haven't faced anything like Boston University. And first goal, it was just a peppering. Scarfoni eventually is out of position. Second one, Danger. He's got to come up with that.
Yeah, I agree. That second goal, I mean, it's a snipe. Don't get me wrong. But it's a save you got to make. With nobody in front of you here, no screen. But we'll keep tabs on that throughout the course of the next half hour here in the sports bar. First, a round of shots.
Yeah, it's fantastic here as night of sports here. The NCAA tournament starting back up with a Sweet 16 tonight. First game from Los Angeles, the 6th seed. Clemson, one of 4 ACC teams still alive here. Quarter of the field. They take on the 2 seed in Arizona. It's 7:09, the tip time on CBS. Kind of weird that they're starting the games in LA first. Between the games in Boston will end up tonight. That's going to be followed up on the network by the 1-4 matchup, North Carolina taking on Alabama. TBS and True TV simulcasting a rematch of last year's championship game. Top-seeded UConn taking on San Diego. That game in Boston, 7:39 for the tip. Let's hope it's better than last year's final. UConn ran away with that, 76-59. Final matchup of the night has a 2-3 matchup in the East. Illinois facing Iowa State, and PJ Glasser talking about how that line has kind of bounced around here in the last few days.
All right, here's what I like tonight. North Carolina -4.5 against Alabama. I like Clemson +7.5 against Arizona. 12 points feels like a lot. I know UConn is dominant. I'm going to go with San Diego State +12 against the Huskies, and give me Illinois on the money line against Iowa State.
I know opening day in baseball is supposed to be opening day and not opening night. Are you kidding me? Tonight we have one game in prime time. In fact, for that matter, just one game on national television today. One.
Baseball.
One. ESPN has the Rangers and the Cubs from Arlington. They're going to raise the banner in Texas. And yes, in case you forgot, the Texas Rangers won the World Series last year.
In case you forgot. Hey, baseball fans, did you forget who won the World Series last year? Oh, yeah, it's that team in Texas. Oh, no, not the Astros, the other team in Texas.
The Yankees trailing by a 4-1 score. Sorry, the Tigers had a little flurry there. They did not score. Astros leading the Yankees 4-1. They're in the top of the 5th. In this game, Houston jumping out to the 4-0 lead, but then Juan Soto is just driven in. Yeah, the catcher Trevino. So
another one.
Yeah, not a good start here for Nestor Cortez as the Tigers score. Yes. Sorry, who got this?
Oh, I got a little delay.
It's Gonzalez on the power play.
My feed is a little delayed, Gino. I'm a few seconds back here. So, yeah, they're in the power play here. And with, let's see. I'm seeing it now for you already reacted, so you spoiled it for me.
Ooh, you haven't seen this yet?
No, I'm seeing it right now.
Okay.
It's still, I got it. This is the world we live in now with streaming where there's always a delay.
You wait a second. I'm streaming, you're streaming.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it yet. Hang on.
Yeah. You still haven't seen it.
Nope. Nope. Not yet. There we go. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Nice. Top shelf.
Yeah.
Who'd you say got that?
Gonzalez.
All right.
So that would be his 20th this season.
Very good. On the power play. So RIT will not be shut out by BU, and we've got 2-1 affair with 4:20 left in the first period.
Folks, I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted. Where was I? Oh, yeah, the Yankees. They're trailing 4-1. Orioles up on the Angels 11-1 in this game. Yeah, that's not great. Royce Clayton with a homer for the Twins. They lead the Royals 2-1. Other scores we can tell you about. Padres up on the Giants 2-1. Dodgers get a homer from Mookie Betts 5-1. They lead the Cardinals there in the 5th. Jays are leading down in Tampa. We've pointed this out. Why are the Jays on the road here? They have a dome. 6-1. They lead at Tampa. That is in the top of the 6th. And the Reds, a team a lot of people are high on this year. 7-0. They lead the Nationals. That is in the middle of the 5th. Other games tonight, you have the Red Sox starting out west against Seattle. A lot of people high on Arizona, the defending champions of the National League. They open against Colorado. And the Guardians are opening up in Oakland.
Okay.
And so that is your baseball scoreboard. Could the Amherst catch Cleveland or even Syracuse in the standings?
Ooh.
Yes, we can have this conversation now. The Amherst shutting out Syracuse 2-0. Now, I don't know if you saw this, Danger. Just a very weird play. Michael Hauser, the goaltender for the Amerks, leaving this game just 34 seconds in. He gets tangled up behind the net. It's tough to see what exactly happened, but it's an injury. So in comes Dustin Tokarski, and he beats his former team. He made 29 saves. Yuri Kulik with his 20th. He now has 20 in back-to-back seasons. First guy since Justin Bailey to do that for Rochester. The Amerks in third place in the division, 3 points ahead of second place Cleveland, 5 points back of first place Syracuse. The Amerks in Cleveland. That is Saturday afternoon, coming up at 3:15.
And let me just double check here. What kind of a cushion do we have between third and fourth here? We got the Amerks with, what do I see, 73 points, and the Marlies lurking with 71 points right behind them there. We want to avoid that first round play in there in the North Division.
They're at the under 3 timeout. Boston University leading the Tigers 2-1 and late in the first. The S's lost. Yes, the S's losing.
The S word.
5-0 in the first to Ottawa. After one,
I mean, 4-0 in the first 10 minutes. 4 goals given up in the first 10 minutes. You pull UPL, you put in Levi. Just terrible.
Yeah.
It's absolutely terrible. I don't know what else to say. I mean, I tuned in. And when I tuned in at the beginning of the game, and I got up to grab a snack, and I came back down to the tank, and I saw they were down 2-0. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, see, you had the same laugh I did.
And then I kept watching, and then 2-0 became 4-0. And I'm like, and that's when the hysterical laughter began. Just embarrassing.
So, Sabres right now, if you were curious, no, that did not eliminate them. They have a 0.5%.
I wish it would have.
Yeah, but please.
I just wish it would have.
0.5% chance for the Sabres to make the postseason. Now a 5% chance to win the lottery. Are we going to do that again?
Oh, here we go.
We're going to hit the lottery simulator and get
that's
all
what
excited?
we need. You know, I was going to say that's what we need. More prospects. Let's get us more kids, more prospects, please.
Yeah, so Sabres tomorrow night taking on New Jersey, and then Toronto comes in Saturday night. So that should be a lively pro-Leaf atmosphere out in Buffalo. Finally, this from the NFL. And we told you how the NFL, for the first time, is actually scheduling games on a Wednesday. We had to do this in COVID out of necessity, but with Christmas Day on a Wednesday, the NFL saw the numbers from last year and said, wow, that's really good. Sorry, NBA, we're going to take that away from you. Well, this from Front Office Sports, could you just assume, 2 games, that'll be CBS and Fox. Not so fast. The NFL is poised to auction off the media rights for the 2 Christmas Day games. The rights for this year's games could go anywhere between $50 and $75 million. So if you're somebody who doesn't have Amazon and you want to watch this game, right, Amazon's going to end up with one of the two.
Or do you get an Apple TV involved? Do you get another streamer involved? I mean, let's face it. Baseball has done this, right? They'll work with anybody. Do you get Netflix involved? Do you get, not that Netflix has done anything in sports other than their documentaries, but I mean, like, if it's open for bid, I'm going to say it's open for bid, and I wouldn't just immediately assume it'll be Peacock or Amazon. It could be anybody. It could be Apple.
For one game, though? Or like, that's kind of, the NFL is very careful about how their image is with their providers. Just a one-off doesn't feel.
I would say that if the provider felt they were getting a return on that investment in terms of how many subscribers they could gain, and you now have some data to view, you can look at what has happened with Prime, you could look at what has happened with Peacock, that might be worth it for somebody other than those 2 streamers to look at it, get involved, and say, yeah, we'll take the Christmas Day package and we'll own it. We'll absolutely own Christmas Day. If I had to guess, I would say it'll probably be more Amazon, probably more Prime.
Probably.
Yeah. All right, we've got a 2-1 score from Sioux Falls with RIT behind on Boston University.
In Boston, I don't know where you were at, but RIT's on the penalty kill right now.
That's right, Boston on the power play. So we'll keep you updated on that. We'll come back and close up shop next. It's time for Last Call in the Sports Bar. We love it when you engage with us. 585-866-4FAN, 4326 if you want to pull up a stool before we pull up stakes and tell you a little bit more about who's coming into the sports bar tomorrow afternoon here on the Fan Rochester. Say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel lets you bet on every game of the tournament. Mike Danger for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 95.7 The Fan. Now, whether you're betting on a big upset or a one seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. We had PJ Glasser on with us earlier. PJ Glasser of BetQL's Send It In. He shared his favorite plays from tonight's action. I've got my favorite plays from tonight's action. Give me Illinois on the money line against Iowa State. I like North Carolina -4.5 against Alabama. Clemson +7.5 against Arizona. And I think San Diego State can keep it within 12 against the defending national champion UConn Huskies in a battle and a rematch of last year's national championship. Hey, you can get $200 back to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Visit FanDuel.com/Mike to bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Sports leader, 95.7 FM and AM 950 The Fan, Rochester.
You know, pal, you're not the only one that's distracted right now.
Oh, really?
I mean, I've got like loose ends everywhere.
Dude, you have 1 foot out?
No, I don't, because I've got so many loose ends that I've got to tie up before we hit the road to vacation. I'm looking forward to it. Don't get me wrong. That'll be satisfying once all these loose ends are tied. Now let's talk about your distraction.
My distraction. 2-1 Boston University after 20 minutes of play. Look, the first 10 minutes, hey, the Tigers are in this. And then, a little out of sorts, Scarfoni out of position, bam. All right, that'll happen. But then, this is what RIT does. Like, you catch a team, and they come in waves, Boston University on the rush, and it's a shot. And, look, it's got some velocity on it, but Scarfoni's got to come up with that because he can see it. So that's the one that hurts. But then the Tigers go on the power play, and it's just so good. It's Gonzalez with his 20th. So 2-1. I guess they didn't get run out of the
No, they're in it.
Yeah, they're in it.
They're in it. They'll keep it close, keep it competitive, hopefully, here in the second period. Now, the other regional that is still going on from earlier this afternoon, UMass and Denver in Springfield. They're in overtime number 2 right now, looking to advance. And I just saw Denver kill a penalty there. You hate seeing penalties in overtime, but Denver killing that penalty, and we're still waiting for an outcome in that regional of the NCAA Men's Hockey Championship.
Thankfully, nobody has the bright idea to go 3-on-3 here. 3-on-3 during the regular season. Like, okay, let's wrap this up and let the fans have something to feel good about on their way home here. But no, it's playoff hockey. You don't need to touch that.
I mean, I like 3-on-3. It doesn't bother me, but I'm also, I think, more in favor of skate till you die. Like, if it goes to overtime and it goes to overtime what we have now with this in college hockey, what we have in the Stanley Cup playoffs, where you're out there and it's just that's what I'm talking about. That to me is the superior product. 3-on-3 is a lot of fun, and it's exciting and fast paced and back and forth, but 3-on-3 can also be a little bit of a dirge if one team gets possession. You can go an entire 5 minutes with, if you're strategic enough, with a team not giving up possession, and that's no fun either.
That's what you miss the shot, and then it turns up the ice, and teams are sometimes terrified of that, and they play it very conservatively. So I think 3-on-3 sometimes can be a bore, actually. It just depends on what is happening that night. So right now they're at the first intermission out in Sioux Falls, which we still haven't figured out. South Dakota, that was the place that all of a sudden, like, wait a second, why is Syracuse basketball playing Oregon in a game in South Dakota? They must have some sort of budget there for tourism.
I have an answer for you. What's the name of the arena that they're playing this game in right now?
I have no idea.
Oh, I got to look it up.
Okay.
I know that the guys, it's named after a guy, and my guess is that's why. That the guy who the arena is named after is probably a money guy and probably has a lot of. He's got a very good Midwestern name, too. You don't hear a lot of these guys. Not a lot of guys called this in our area.
The Denny Sanford Premier Center.
Denny Sanford.
Denny Sanford.
Denny.
Well, Denny.
I growing up in the Midwest, dude, I knew so many Denny's. There were so many Denny's. Like, and I'm not talking about the chain restaurant. I'm talking about, like, dudes named Denny.
Like, one of my close friends is Dennis. Like,
you never call him Denny.
I never even thought it crossed my mind to call him
Never
Denny.
once.
Hey, Denny?
Yeah, no. Lots of Denny's. Wow. Lots of Denny's in the Midwest. So this Denny had a lot of money, and so much so that they probably built the arena.
So this would be like if Tom Golisano wanted to build us an arena, it'd be the Tom Golisano arena.
Is it the Tom Golisano, or does he have an initial? You have
Thomas
to have
A. Golisano.
Thomas A. Golisano.
Yeah.
So, like, who's the Cronky that has the initial before his name?
I don't know if it's a Cronky. It's the Broncos owner.
Oh,
right?
the Walton. Walton guy. B. Thomas Walton or whatever his name is, right?
Yeah.
You got to have the initial. If you have the initial before your first name, that's a power move. That's extreme wealth. Or if you're named Denny in the Midwest, you're probably successful. Everybody loves Denny. Oh, Denny's great. Yeah, you need Denny to float you a loan? Denny will float you a loan. You need Denny to build your arena in Sioux Falls, South Dakota? Denny's your guy.
Yeah, Denny needs to, like, pay things to come in, I think. Like, Pink is going to be at the Denny Stanford Center. Like, that's probably the biggest.
Big deal. That's a big deal in Sioux Falls.
Wait a second. Tim McGraw's coming.
Oh, no, not Tim McGraw. Is he bringing Faith Hill too?
Nate Bargatze.
Nate Bargatze. Who's he?
He's a comedian.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, yeah. I like that guy. Who's coming to Western New York?
I don't know who's coming to Western New York, but I know that they're building a stadium out there in Buffalo.
Yeah, cuz Highmark Stadium. It's going to be great. Have you done the experience?
No, it's not going to be great. They want to charge me $20 large for a PSL.
That sounds like a lot of money, cuz.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Danger having these conversations with himself. What are you going to do on the road here?
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to go up to Buffalo, and I'm going to go get some hot wings and blue cheese. And then after that, I'm going to take my kids to the Bills game.
Then after that, when you're down at the parks down there, and you inevitably will see somebody in Bills gear.
Yeah.
Are you going to go, hey? Are you the guy who would do that?
No, I'll say, hey, cuz. Go Bills.
And for the record, you're not the matchy T-shirt family down
God, never. I know they say never say never. Never. No disrespect to those that do. I know that. I think the Perinos did that, right?
Correct. I would see. I know you, and if somehow I could talk your daughters into this, like, hey, look, next time you go down there, just say, Dad, we should do this. This would be a fun idea, and then you actually go buy it, and I would secretly fund this.
I don't think that they would be in on it. I don't think that they would want to do it. I don't think they're into it. Like, they don't want it.
They're not the type to push your buttons.
Nah,
like that,
if they want to push my buttons, they do it in a different way. And it drives me crazy. A lot of times it's just tone that'll push my buttons more than anything. But I don't think that they would be down with it either. I think they'd be like, oh, that's embarrassing. Because we've been there enough times now where we see it and you're like, wow, look at that. It's literally 20 people all wearing the same T-shirt. And I guess if you have 20 people in your group wearing the same T-shirt as a benefit, it's not meant to embarrass anybody.
Yeah, so you'll see families like that, and then you'll see the family that is not having a good time at Disney, or Dad has lost his temper.
Like the meltdowns.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the meltdowns. In fact, we've seen some epic meltdowns in our time at the happiest place on earth. I just remember the one that really stands out. We're in the dining hall. And, you know, it's the kind of like the place where you go up, the quick serve, where you go up and you get your meal and you sit down and everybody's sitting down and everybody's enjoying their breakfast. And a dad just stands up and goes, "What do you want from me? Okay, I don't know." He's just screaming. And everything gets like muted. Everything gets muted.
Oh, no.
And everybody kind of looks. And then you see somebody from Disney kind of politely walk over. "Sir, can we get you to come over this way?" And we can just, like, Disney ushered the bad element out of the room.
Wow.
You can't be ruining other people's magical memories, pal. Okay? Keep that under wraps.
Don't be that dad.
Put him back in the back room, interrogate and torture him to make sure that this never happens again. You will not have a meltdown on your kids or your family while you're at Disney.
Yeah, Mickey comes out in the end.
Sir, the fine is you're going to have to book your next vacation. Right here. Get the wallet out.
No, Mickey's part of the interrogation. He comes out. He's got a set of brass knuckles on one hand. He's got a club on the other. He's ready to do some damage on the guy that's trying to ruin it.
Show him what happened to the last guest.
Yeah. That's right. That's not bad. That's pretty good Mickey you got there, Gino. Not bad.
Hey, Danger, have you already prepaid? Because you haven't. I can't wait to see you.
Yeah, I prepaid. What do you think I am? Some kind of a-hole? What are you, on crack?
No, cuz I'm not on crack. You're on crack.
Yeah, I paid.
All right.
Yankees have scored 4 times. Now
Look
they're
at that.
tied with Houston 4-4.
Wow. All right.
That's Framber Valdez, the ace of the Astros, getting knocked out here in the 4th.
I understand that there are 162 of these, so we should kind of keep our emotions in line. Lucky for you, I won't be here tomorrow when the Cubs win tonight to say, wow, this is our year, Gino.
And see, tomorrow, like, the Mets would win. By the way, the Mets have the best opening day record of anybody in terms of, like, baseball history, right? And they'll win. They'll beat Milwaukee, and I will be using this same sort of tone of voice, bringing you the news and everything else. And, like, Danger, if you were there, you would be trying to bait me.
You're going to be here with the Dandelion. I believe that you actually might be composed. Will the Dandelion be even keel?
No, Dandelion hate watches all of his teams to the point where it's really unhealthy. So that's what last night he didn't know what to do. He was the guy dressed in Senator's gear. And I'm like, did anybody give you a hard time last night? No, not at all. I'm like, yeah, like how could you give like anybody a hard time in Buffalo right now?
Did anybody think he was Canadian?
Probably.
Yeah. It's hard to give Canadians a hard time. They're so friendly. They're just always so friendly.
Well, I was thinking, okay, Saturday night, what do I want to do? Do I want to go see that arena is going to be all Leafs fans? All right, well, the Tigers pull it off. Watch party, but right now they're down 2-1. Nighthawks. That's the answer. Nighthawks taking on Halifax. Yeah, the guy that carpetbagged out of here. Remember that guy?
I do.
Yeah.
Tomorrow on the show, Curtis Knight of the Rochester Nighthawks stopping by, if I'm not mistaken.
That is true. And Jeff Erickson from Roto World will be joining us here.
Sweet.
It's not some people have their drafts this weekend, so we'll talk a little fantasy.
A little fantasy baseball.
Yeah.
You throw your team, your Kansas City team at him and see what he says.
Yeah.
See if you can get an evaluation here. We've got to take their money. We've got to take Alex's gold money.
Take Alex's gold. Yeah. Take Bink's producer's money. I'm thinking.
Yeah. That'll show them. You might be able to get over on the Bills, but you're not going to get over on the sports bar, pal. Stay down, Kansas City. All right, enjoy your night. Lots going on. Enjoy the basketball action. Enjoy RIT here as they get ready for period number 2. I will talk to you a week from Monday when I think there's something going on in Rochester.
Yeah, we're going to be on the roof.
We're on the roof?
We are on the roof.
With our goofy glasses, staring at the sun, and Gene is going to do play-by-play of the 2024 Eclipse. That'll be exciting. That's coming up a week from Monday. Gino, enjoy tomorrow. Have a great holiday week as well.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right. We've got JR Sport Brief on the way next on the Fan Rochester.